you wait for the show to begin, try to relax, grab a drink, sit down, and just enjoy the music.
Yeah. Ooh, whoa.
Don't Christina it out.
Okay.
A little bit of land goes a long, long way. If you believe fracking is okay, a little bit of land goes a long, long way. Sign the lease, bring the rigs today. Everybody say money, love, money,
And welcome everybody to a special live stream for the Drag Race contract. We have been fantasizing about doing this since we started doing the chop last year in season 12. I've been complaining and shitting all of the time, thinking I want that contract, I want to read that contract, I want to gut that contract, and it's finally happening. We thought it would never happen, but thanks to Bussy Queen, it's actually happening. So I hope you guys had a nice month. I think it's been like 5-6 weeks since we did the last live stream, so welcome. This live stream is going to be a long one. I hope we can do everything in one live stream, but if at some point we simply get destroyed because like legalese drills in your head, we can keep up next week somehow. But we'll see how it goes. Also, please be patient because I'm trying to do a ton of different things tonight that I've never done before, so there will be problems. There is no question about that. At some point there will be problems. So please be patient with that. We'll see how it goes. We'll do things on the fly. Now, let's greet the chat, shall we? Who do we have? Amateur Season, Tatiana Turner, Johnny Boy Toy 12, then Insulin Dependent Skank, Zusia, Blazing Bard, Lisbeth Polino, Beatrice, Peter M, Jessica S, Latif Nick, Mary from the internet. Welcome, Mary. Never seen you before, but welcome to the family. Bobby Drake and Jushka? I'm sorry. And Jackna. Okay, we're here. Now, what's so special about this stream? Well, I have a guest, actually. I have a co-host this time. It's the queen of Discord, Fantasia. So, Fantasia, please come online, say hello to everyone, introduce yourself. Tell us where you're from, what you do in your free time, which shoe size you wear, in case there are Nina West fans in the chat. Whenever you're ready. And we lost Fantasia. Great. Oh my god. Okay. Where is she?
I'm right here.
There you go. Finally.
You had to unmute me.
I'm sorry. I told you I never done these things before. I told you.
Amateur knows all about that.
So how are you, Fantasia?
I'm good. How are you today?
I'm good. I'm good. Let's say it like that.
Hi, everybody. I'm Fantasia.
So if you don't know, Fantasia is our oldest supporter on Patreon and the one that finally at some point said, when people started asking, say, okay, can you make a Discord? And as usual, I always said, yes, I'm going to do it. Don't worry. When I have time, I'm going to do it. I never did it. So Fantasia created this big community on Discord where there's a ton of people that talk. Sometimes I go there to do live editing. We have game night on Thursday. It's a nice play. It's not Reddit. I think that says everything. Now, let's
Yeah.
have a little bit of liquid energy. Not sponsored by Lidl, unfortunately, but
Ooh.
it is how it is. So, since we never did this before, in case there are any kind of problems, in case, I don't know, maybe we joke a lot back and forth, but if it happens that we cross any kind of boundaries, please remember the safe word is Anastasia Anakwe. So if anything happens, just say the safe word and we will sort it out.
Oh God, I can't pronounce that.
It's Anastasia Anakwe. Come on, you don't know
Oh
Anastasia.
my gosh. I know, but I Anastasia Anakwe.
That's perfect. That's
all
perfect.
right.
That works great. Okay, so I don't know if you noticed one thing before we go to the contract, we go to the disclaimer and everything else. I enabled super chats, okay? I never enabled them before because, as you know, I was under the impression that YouTube was taking a 50% cut of every donation that was coming through the super chats. And I thought, no way at all. It is so insulting to everybody who wants to support to know that somebody else takes a 50% cut. So I always thought, okay, if you want to support, if you want to help, you can go on Patreon. They take only a 5% cut. How naive of me. So a couple of weeks ago, I actually got the money from Patreon that we got in the past year so that I can get a new microphone and a new screen for doing the live stream. So thank you so much for everyone that supported. And I ran the numbers and it ended up taking 19% of that. And I thought, what the fuck is happening?
Oh.
So they take a cut on the money transfer when somebody donates. Then they take the 5% cut from Patreon. Then they take a cut when you take the money out. Then they take a cut for making it from dollars to euros. Then they take a cut to put it in your bank. At the end of the day, it was 90%. So I thought, wait a moment.
What?
I heard that YouTube only... Why do people say that YouTube takes 30%? So I actually read the contract from YouTube. And I found out that they take 30%. So at some point I thought, okay, I don't care that much about that 10%. So if anyone feels like they want to help through super chats, then I enable them. Don't feel forced. I go through the comment sections. It's a staple of this live streams that half of the entertainment comes from the comment section. So it's not something that you need to do. But if you feel more comfortable in helping through YouTube, you're welcome to do that. Now that we've done that, Fantasia, shall we move to the disclaimer?
Please do. I'm glad you've been reading contracts a lot this week.
Too much. I also highlighted all the different parts in the contract to make it easier for the people who watch from home, so that they can get exactly to the point. Because if you're not used to read legalese, it really reads like riddles. You don't know where to go. You go after two sentences and think, okay, I am too stupid for this. It's just not for me. It cannot be done. Hi, Sen. Thank you for joining. Sen just came through the chat, Fantasia.
Hey, Sen.
Okay, so legal disclaimer for this live stream. It's in paper notes. I don't know how to do it. I feel so embarrassed to do this. But we have to do it. We absolutely have to do it. So, point 1, veracity. The document I'll be showing you in the course of this live stream was obtained from Bussy Queen's Patreon page. Although Bussy Queen claims to have obtained it from the Drag Race Season 14 casting website, we cannot independently verify the veracity of her claims, nor of the document distributed and disclosed by Bussy Queen as, quote, the Drag Race Contestant Contract Participant Agreement Form, end quote. Therefore, we make no claim of veracity, accuracy, or authenticity with regards to this document, and all the information contained in this document should be considered as a rumor. Point 2, terminology. The document presented in this live stream is to be intended as the, quote, alleged participant agreement for season 14 of RuPaul's Drag Race and subsequent cycles, end quotes. Although for brevity it will be referred as simply the contract, the Drag Race contract, the Queen's contract, the season 14 contract, and any other similar abbreviated terminology. Point 3. Competence and expertise. We are not lawyers, nor we claim to be, or have any professional expertise in United States court law. All the information discussed is subjected to our personal opinions and interpretations. Such interpretations might be wrong, inaccurate, and or misleading, and should not be considered or misconstrued as legal advice. Sorry that I'm laughing, but I feel so stupid having to do this. Number 4. Purpose. The content provided in this live stream is for entertainment purposes only, a goal that will be achieved through reading, criticizing, interpreting, reacting, and commenting upon the document, with emphasis on applicability, legitimacy, and perceived personal impact from both the point of view of past, present, or future contestants and our own as private individuals. Moreover, the commentary provided is to be intended as personal opinions and not as a statement of fact. Number 5. Objectivity. Although we do our best to maintain a fair and objective perspective, our own commentary, interpretation, reactions, and personal opinions might be biased by nature. No offense or defamation is intended toward any of the parties mentioned in this live stream.
Can you breathe?
Yes, we are done. We are done
throughout the universe.
And thank you, Fantasia, who just donated ourselves $1 super chat. Thank you.
$1 whole. I forgot
What
to
am
put
I
my
going to
comment
do
with it.
Did you know that with $1 we could actually get 50 grams of pumpkin seed for the Mousies? They would be so happy for a couple of days. You think $1 is not much, but it is. It's just a matter of perspective.
I thought I was getting you a drink at Lidl's. Oops, excuse me. We're not sponsored yet.
And we have Johnny Boy Toy from the chat that says that we are missing throughout the universe in our disclaimer.
In perpetuity.
In perpetuity. Okay, let's do this damn contract. Let's start. And here it is. Here it is. The participant agreement form. Do not sign this until you have read it completely. Oh, we are going to read it completely. We are going to read it completely. So before we begin with this, let me give you a little bit of a heads up of what exactly is in here. Now, the contract is 53 pages. The first 26 pages is basically the bulk on the contract. Then you have 12 pages of exhibits. What is an exhibit? Well, it's an additional thing that's been referred in the contract, and it's a form in its own right. So you have 5 forms in this 12 pages. One is a release for your medical records. One is an emergency medical release in case something happens to you on the show and you need medical assistance. You need to sign this medical release. And another one is an assumption of medical risk, which means if something happens to you, it's going to be your fault. Then we have one which is production
like broken
protocols.
Ribs.
Sorry?
Like your broken ribs, your popped out
Yes,
knees,
like it happened to Eureka. Like it happened to
like
Eureka.
landing on glass, slipping on a train,
Yeah, all things like that. Then we have the production protocols, which is probably the things that you have heard, like the rules for participating on Drag Race. And then you have a special exhibit, which consists of 8 pages, which is arbitration procedure. Because if you think that you could go to court to fight this contract and have everything publicly released so that we, the public, could participate in the conversation, no. It doesn't work like that. You have to go through arbitration, which is something different and not necessarily adhering to the common law. because you are choosing an arbiter and he can decide based on what he thinks is right, not on what the law says is right, which is pretty interesting that it's 8 pages. And the last 14 pages are release form for a background check, which is incredible. When they go through so much effort for a background check, they still cannot find out incredible shit, namely what Sherry Pie did last year, or all the ton of things that happened with Drag Race Down Under, and there was a ton of that. Now, of course, Fantasia is going to take a drink every time the words "throughout the universe" and "in perpetuity" will come out. So she's going to be drunk by half of this. And what else about this contract I can tell you? Well, usually this contract for me is terribly disorganized. I don't know if that is done on purpose to confuse the reader, or because there is simply a lack of professionality to whoever redacted this contract. Because whenever you get a contract, the first thing that should appear on the contract in the very, very beginning is a section called definition. In that section, all specific terms that will be used in the contract will be defined. So whenever you're reading through the contract and you encounter a word, like, for example, exclusivity period, what does it mean? Then you go to the beginning of the contract, to the definition section, and you check it out. In this contract, this doesn't happen. Every time a new word is introduced, is defined either on the spot, or it tells you go to another section. And sometimes you will be finding yourself jumping from section to section to section to find out the meaning of something. Some things are not even defined, which in a way it's a good thing, because if you want to fight the contract, you can say, wait a moment, this thing is not defined and I think it's wrong for this and this reason. We're going to go into that in details, but some things are not defined, which is completely unprofessional from my point of view. It feels like a Easter egg hunt. You know, you have subsection 2 telling you to go to subsection 5.p, telling you to subsection 2.f. It's crazy in a way, but don't worry. I'm going to make you understand everything. We are going to get through this. And another things that are in this contract is that it appears to be completely skewed toward the producers and his associates, which on the contract are called assignees. It always reminds you of what the queens have to do, and almost never about what they get. So it really looks like they're ramming them up the ass, like there's no return, like there's no tomorrow. But it's my personal opinion, of course, so you can make your own once we read it. And the contract includes waiving some rights that in many countries in the world are considered inalienable right. What does it mean? It means that those are some rights that are considered so basic that by law they cannot be signed away. I think one thing that's applied throughout the universe in perpetuity is, for example, personal freedom. You cannot sign your personal freedom away. It's one of your inalienable rights. But many countries recognize, for example, things like doctor-patient confidentiality. That is something sacred that cannot be given away. In this contract, you will sign away your doctor-patient confidentiality. And other things that in many countries cannot be given away are the moral rights that concern your own creation, your own artistic creation. What does it mean? It means that let's say that I write a book one day, okay? Where I live, nobody in the future can ever say someone else wrote this book. It's my inalienable right to have my name on the book and say, that is mine, I created it. Then maybe the rights to sell it, to distribute it, to make it into a movies, those can be sold. But nobody can take away your name from your creation. In this form, you will sign away exactly that right. And in addition, you will also sign away the integrity of the work. What does it mean? Well, integrity of the work, it means the ability to maintain a piece of work intact. Like saying, yes, this is mine, I made it, And it's exactly this from the beginning to the end. You cannot cut and paste it and make it look like it's something else. Because my name is attached to it. My, how can I say, my reputation is attached to it. The idea of the way I feel, the way I think is attached to it. You cannot randomly modify it however you want, because if you do that, you're going to misconstrue my creation. And this is another inalienable right in many countries that you are going to sign away when you sign this contract. So, John Young is waiting on my book. No, there is no book coming. Fantasia, you're going to write a book?
Not me, but you seem like you should. Like behind the curtains. You need to clue us in on all this stuff. But then, you definitely would be sued.
Yes, definitely. Why do you think I have a legal disclaimer, which, by the way, is the money best spent in my life? Because the last thing that I know, we are all power bottoms in our fantasy, but in reality, we don't like to be fucked in the ass from a legal perspective. So,
oh no,
that's why we have a disclaimer to begin with. Okay, let's move on to this contract. Finally, and we move to the very beginning of the contract. Do you see any definition? There is no definition whatsoever. So let's start. Point A. The obligations of World of Wonder production, defined as producer, under this agreement, defined as agreement, are expressly conditioned upon and subject to the following conditions precedent. My God, my reading is fucked up. People are going to get crazy. Produced receipt of fully executed originals of these agreements, including all exhibits hereto, the exhibits that I told you before, in the form submitted to participant by company as the form for execution. B. Participant compliance with all the government requirements. There is not much interesting here. Let's move to the next section. For good and valuable consideration. This is important because you are signing this contract before they even consider that you go on Drag Race. And this is really, really important because you will be under one very special kind of exclusivity period the moment you sign this. And remember, you're not on Drag Race yet. You have not been even considered to be on Drag Race yet, but you are already under a kind of exclusivity period. We're going to see which kind of exclusivity period in a moment. So, for your consideration, the receipt and sufficiency of which hereby acknowledged, which basically mean everything that's in here, it's completed, you have filled everything and we received it. So, you agree to participate in a potential reality television program called The Series. What do they mean by The Series? In this contract, RuPaul's Drag Race is defined in many, many different ways. So while we go through the contract, I want you to give you immediately the definition of these terms, because otherwise, while we read it, you will get a headache, okay? So the series, as at the best of my understanding, is what ends up to be the episodes that we see in television. That is the series. Now, the series or the program. They say it's the series or the program, okay? Then there is the cycle. What is a cycle? A cycle is everything that happens in order to produce a series. So it means pre-production with interviews, with recording from your home, interviews to your family, then you coming on stage and recording everything, then you coming back for recording all the additional materials, which can be refilmed confessionals, or it can be the Meet the Queens, or it can be a reunion. All of this together is called a cycle. And when you sign this contract, you also sign an exclusive right to be called back for 5 additional cycles, okay? Now, in this contract also, sometimes you hear the word the project. When they mean the project, it means everything that will have to be done in order to produce everything needed in a cycle. I know it sounds confusing, but it is confusing because some things are not very properly defined. So when they mean the project, imagine everything that needs to be factually done. Like, for example, you need to film, so you will have a form telling you, okay, we need you from this day to this day in this place, and you receive that much. You know, that is part of the project. So let's go on with this confusing contract. So I agree to participate in a potential reality TV program, the series, documenting my experiences, including those for which I may have reasonable expectation of privacy, of course, for the terms herein. Privacy as defined during the rest of the contract. This will be filmed at a remote location in a potential performance competition in connection with a project entitled RuPaul's Drag Race. The series sometimes is referred as the program. So you will be filming somewhere, and whatever you will be filming somewhere could end up as an episode, as a series of RuPaul's Drag Race. Could end up. So this is important that they say could, because what it means is that I'm not guarantee you that if you sign this, you will get something back. You are signing this for the opportunity that maybe some things will happen. Which kind of things? They will be defined in the rest of the contract. So let's move on. I may be an on-camera participant in the project, and I will adhere to the terms and conditions of this participant agreement and all applicable rules, regulations of the program, blah, 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 blah. You may be allowed to participate. Now, the term project means the program. The interviews, as defined in section 2.A, the additional materials, as defined in section 5.B, and all elements thereof and ancillary derivative materials of any kind, including without limitation material, blah, 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 blah. So project means basically everything. At the best of my knowledge, when you hear the project, it means everything concerned with the filming. Now, something interesting happens in here, because here it says the interviews in section 2.8 and the additional material series as defined in section 5.b. So, just out of curiosity, Fantasia, you there?
I'm here.
Okay, just out of curiosity, let's go to section 5.b. Let's say that we are reading the contract and we are curious, you know, I'm just reading this. I want to know how additional series materials are defined. So, let's jump to section 5.b. to see the definition that we should have had in the beginning, but, you know, it's scattered throughout the contract. So, scroll, 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 scroll.
Look at all those highlighted marks.
Yes, I had to. 5.b. Where is it?
I don't know.
There is no definition of additional materials here.
Collectively with additional materials and the materials.
It defines something before, and then it says collectively with the additional series materials are the materials.
It says 5.B.
Here
that's 5.A. That goes B.
5.B. Producer shall have the sole exclusive right to use, develop, market, sell, manufacture, exploit all the materials. And there is no definition of what the additional series materials are.
Oh,
because here is defined the materials. Additional series material is a subsection of a bigger group called the materials. So you go to section 5.b and there is no definition. There is a definition for the general materials, but not for the additional series material. While we try to find out this, we will go back to the additional series materials later on, because there are some interesting things happening with it.
Say, I had a question.
Now, tell me.
I saw my drinking word. Do we wait till I get there to drink?
Yes, you have to wait to drink. What did you drunk?
Wait, just making sure.
Oh my God, Felicia! Thank you. Felicia sent us a super chat for $10. My God.
Yay.
Thank you, Felicia. Thank you so
Screwed.
much. She said, screwed right out of the gate. Yes, at the very beginning of the contract, they're already sodomizing you for the ages. And it gets worse. It gets so much worse. Thank you so much, Felicia. Now, let's move on to section C. Okay? I acknowledge and understand that producer desires to use film, tape, and otherwise record events relating to or occurring in my life and portions of my life story, including relationship, family, friends, boyfriend, blah, 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 during all the phases of the production of the project. What does it mean? It means that you just don't go on set and record. They also wish to have you record some things before, maybe some things after. They wish to record maybe your family, maybe the people you work with. And there is an interesting section about this later on. They don't tell you immediately. The surprise comes in later. Including all events, setups, scenarios, settings, reenactments, restaging, and occurrences arranged for by producer at its sole discretion, blah, 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 blah. This is the interesting part. Reenactments and restaging. What the fuck? I was under the impression that everything that I saw was real. Now you're telling me that they are reenacting things? Restaging things?
They need to get a better angle. They have, they said that was good. Redo it.
I mean, some things, as we're going to comment upon this, some things are understandable. Like maybe you have something major happening. Maybe some queens slapped another queens. Maybe they had an epic fight or something. And for some reason, they didn't have a camera there. But that thing that occurred in that moment completely changes the course of the season. The dynamic of the contestants change, the way they talk change, the things they do change. So that moment is pivotal. The problem is you don't have it on camera. So what they do is that you ask your contestant to restage something.
Say, how many times do you think they restaged RuPaul smacking Asia O'Hara?
They restage what?
RuPaul smacking Asia O'Hara.
Oh my God. My God, they did Asia so dirty. And she was so professional, when the butterfly thing happened, she immediately went online saying, listen, I'm so sorry. I didn't understand animal rights. I didn't train enough for doing this. So as a result, I'll be volunteering for 2 months in this place. And that was like,
yeah.
Fuck, that's
ahead
class.
of it.
That's really class, because a lot of people complain online when somebody does something that is not supposed to do and they want them to apologize. I don't give a fuck about listening to somebody saying, I'm sorry. I want to know why something happened. How are you planning to not make it happen again? And how do you want to make amends for what happened? And she did it all on her own, like immediately. She is so professional. It's incredible. She doesn't nearly get enough credit for that. Now, moving on with the contract. I acknowledge and understand that I shall not be an employee or agent of the producer in connection with my participation in the program, and shall not receive any compensation other than the payment related to the grant by me of certain rights as applicable and defined in Section 5. What does it mean? It means that for all intents and purposes, you do not get the privileges that by law are allocated for people who are registered as either employee on someone or an agent for somebody else. Don't mistake it. This is to strip the person that is working for you from all the rights normally recognized to people who are registered as employees or agents. This is like work for hire. This is how they like this to be defined. It's work for hire. So you shall not receive any compensation at all for in that way. But you will be paid according to what happens in Section 5. Of course, we should
Everything
go.
goes in Section 5.
The Section 5 is crazy. It's like power. They are power tripping in Section 5. Now, point D, in consideration of as an inducement to producer to consider. Oh, thank you. Thank you for considering me in the project. I am making the representations, warranties, disclosure, covenants, agreements. I'm signing everything. This is what Section D means. If I want to be considered, I'm signing everything. Everything that you're going to say from here on, I'm going to sign it away. Don't worry, I'm going to sign it away. So now we get to the finally interesting part. Section 1, development and production options. Now, what are the options? Because of course, they define it in a shitty way that you don't understand anything. Options means that the producers has the option to do a certain number of things. What does it mean that is an option? Well, he is not obligated to do anything. He has the option of choosing to do something if they want, and based on whatever reason they decide to pick that options, or simply, let it expire. It's up to them. They don't have to justify anything. They don't have to tell you why they make a certain decision. They can do whatever the fuck they want. They have the options to do a certain amount of things, and if they don't do it, you will shut the fuck up. Now, what are the options? Well, there is the initial option. The initial option is when you sign this contract and you send it for consideration. At that point, they have the initial option to either pick you up for coming on the series, for recording and doing whatever you have to do, or they can let it expire. The problem is they don't tell you when this option expires. Why is this important? Well, because you are under some exclusive terms while the initial option is running. So if you don't know when the initial options expire, you don't know if you're under exclusivity. They don't tell you. I checked the old contract. I might be mistaken, but they don't tell you when this option expires. For all the other options, they are quite happy to tell you exactly when it expires. To the date, to the day they tell you when it expires. But for this initial option, nothing. Zero. Nada. You will not find anything. So, Section A, producer has the irrevocable options, which means you cannot take it back. Once you give it to them, they have it, and if they want to enforce it, they will enforce it in ways described in the contract. So, they have the irrevocable option to require me to appear in one cycle of the series episode in connection to the project. This is called the initial cycle, like I told you before. Now, if selected, your participation in the project will be required on dates to be determined by producers upon notice, by producer, blah, blah, blah. So, the moment you sign the contract, you give them an option that you cannot take it back to be to come and film the first cycle of the series for RuPaul's Drag Race. If they decide to exercise that option, they tell you, okay, come in, and you say, oh no, I did other things, then you're going to pay a price for that. We're going to see it later. Now, in addition to that, you also grant the producer five, so a total of 6 additional, exclusive, irrevocable options to have me appear in 5 additional cycles of the series or RuPaul's Drag Race All-Stars. And this is the additional series option. This is something that was already discussed in detail by Bussy Queen, so I will not go too much in detail. These options last for 4 years, so there is a total of 6 of them. So it's 24 years. But it was already discussed. We don't need to add anything more to that. Now, the initial cycle and each additional cycle of the series of RuPaul's Drag Race All-Stars shall be each called a cycle. Okay, but we defined cycle before, so we don't need to do it again. Now, the producer may exercise any of its additional series option, if at all, at producer's sole discretion. It means that you cannot say, okay, I signed it, I want to come on All Stars. No. They will tell you if they want you to come on All Stars. You don't have the right to say, I want to come on All Stars. Now, the initial option, okay, the one that it's active the moment you sign the contract for being considered to be on Drag Race, and each additional series options shall be an options, like I told you before. They can do it, and if they don't do it, you cannot say anything. Point C. Even if producers elect not to exercise any of the options, I understand and I agree that I will not have any right, title, or interest in any of the material of the project, including, but not limited to, any casting tape, any presentation, and or the series, all of which I acknowledge will remain as between me, producer, and Viacom Media Network, the sole property of producer and Viacom Media Network. What does it mean? It means you sign this contract, you send them additional tapes, you send them your audition tape. Maybe they ask you for something more. You know, they ask you like, okay, could you send us like 5 pictures in drag, 5 pictures out of drag? Could you send us a video of you performing live? All of these things that you send in order to be considered, you are signing away any right in that. Which means that if tomorrow they decide to use it and monetize that content and publish it on the RuPaul's Drag Race channel, or maybe do a supercut for a section of an episode. You remember they used to do it in the past, like showing us audition tapes of Queen that that didn't make the final cut. So if they want to monetize all of that, they can, because you are signing away all of those rights, and you have not even been called to participate in the season. So you take it up the ass right from the start.
Always and forever.
Oh my God. You know, this contract is the very definition of power tripping. And I hear a lot of people, when I talk about the contract, I get in the comments things like, but this is a standard contract. This is normal in the industry. What are you complaining about? And I'm like, what the hell? If all the things that I read in here, they are power tripping. They are, in my opinion, a complete abuse of power and a complete abuse of a monopolistic position. So I am against that. I don't give a shit that this is considered normal in the industry. Just because it's normal doesn't mean that it's right. And one other things, we, as queer people, by the very definition, we have a very long-lasting history of standing up for each other because nobody used to stand up for us. So we had to stand up for each other. This is the very definition of the queer community. So if my queer peers who happen to be drag queen and they want to make a career for themselves and they have to sign this bullshit in order to go mainstream, then I'm sorry, they are part of my community. I'm going to speak up for them. This is what we have done and we've been doing since the very beginning. So I'm sorry that the housewives community doesn't rise up because the contract of the housewives or whatever city is a ton of bullshit. I'm sorry that they don't do it, but I am doing it. You know, I'm sorry that people who have talent don't step up for all the bullshit that people who want to go on This Nation Got Talent, they have to sign on the contract. I'm sorry that they don't do it. But as stated in this contract, they have the option to do it. If they decide not to exercise that option, that is their problem. You know?
I think anybody gonna sign anything, they hear RuPaul's Drag Race is something that they wanted to be in a part of their whole lives. You know, some people grew up watching this and decided that this was their way to be famous. So they're willing to give away all this stuff until they realize what they're really giving away. Then they want to complain, you know? So
yeah, but they also don't have much of a choice because really, if you want to go mainstream, you have to go on Drag Race. You know, there are places in the US that will not even consider you as a queen if you have not been on Drag Race before, because that's where the money is. So it starts to become a requirement. It starts to become like, okay, you have to have like a bachelor or a master degree in order to work, because everything that you have before, it's not enough anymore. You have to get it to be competitive. And there is nothing in the world like RuPaul's Drag Race. They have a monopolistic position. So this contract, for me, it's complete bullshit, and we should talk about it and rise up about it and complain about it. And I don't give a shit if it's standard. Guess what? The fucking standard has to change. Because once you read everything that's in this contract, you will be like, this is surreal. This cannot be real. So, moving on. So, we still have Section D. Okay. I warrant that there is no existing obligation created by law or otherwise, or disability, mental or physical, which would prevent or restrict me from entering into and fully complying with the terms of this agreement. So, I do not have, nor I will enter into any contractual commitment that conflicts with the terms and conditions of this agreement. This clause I do understand, because it's basically stating, the moment I sign this contract, I'm basically telling you I am available to do this certain thing. But if I was not really available, if I was being a douchebag, so I took like 3 different commitments thinking, okay, then I will take all 3 of them, and then I will choose the best one that I get. But it doesn't really work like that. If you sign this, you're saying, okay, I'm free to appear. If then you do not appear because you signed something else, you're starting to slow the production, which you mean, every time you slow production, it means money. You are making them lose money. You are creating problems. They have to call in somebody else in your place. So this clause, I completely understand. I think it's a pretty standard clause to have in a contract. Now, Section 2, participation. Subject to the limitations set forth in this section and elsewhere in this agreement, if the producer elects to have me participate in the project, I agree to participate as follows. So, if the producer decides to exercise its initial options and they pick you up to participate in the project, then you agree to all of the following. And the whole of the following is a mouthful. Section A, pre-production and production of the program. For those of you who don't know it, pre-production is everything that it is actually set in motion before the camera start rolling on set, which means interviews with your parents, interviews with you, anything that needs to be prepared in order to have a smooth production. Then you have the production itself, which is basically when you are filming. And then you have the post-production. The post-production is that moment when the magic happens, for example. All the editing is done there. If something needs to be refilmed, then they start calling in people. Okay, we need to refilm this. It's part of the post-production. So you have these 3 big periods. Of course, in this section, they don't tell you anything about post-production because it's not convenient. They always talk only about pre-production or production. So, I agree to participate in connection with the pre-production and production of the program, and to the extent required by producers on such dates as producers may read. I cannot read this. This is getting crazy. I will give you the TLDR on this. So I will participate and come when you tell me to come, in the way you tell me to come. I cannot say it like this. It sounds sexual. So when you say that we need to start filming, I will come to the place where you want me to start filming, and we will start filming. Okay, in the event that the producers exercises an option, what are the options? Remember from before, the initial options, if this is the first time that you will be on Drag Race, or a subsequent option, if you already signed this contract before and you are simply coming back for an all-star season, for example, like Jan. Producer will advise me of the production schedule for the applicable production. When such schedule is available, to on-camera participant in the program. So if they decide to pick you up, they have to send you a schedule. I acknowledge that due to the nature of the program as a reality production, producer cannot anticipate day-to-day changes in the production schedule, and I agree that I will cooperate with producer in good faith. With respect to changes in the production schedule, I will be reasonably available in the event of such changes, and in any event, I will not act to frustrate the purpose of this agreement. What does it mean? In a way, I understand this clause, because it's basically saying this is reality television. We're not filming a movie. So everything that happens, let's say, hopefully at least, in a kind of natural way. So you cannot predict 100% everything that will happen. So you have to be a little bit flexible. This is what basically this clause is saying. If you decide to sign this, you will have to be a little bit flexible and be in good faith, like not start complaining that, okay, this didn't really happen because it rained too much and there was a flooding in the city. It happened because you are a douchebag, so I will take more time to do my makeup today, okay? This is what it's saying. Don't do this kind of shit. In good faith. In good faith. Of course, it also means that, they can take advantage of it, start asking you to do things in a certain way because you cannot anticipate anything. So maybe they can tell you, okay, we need you on set at 6 a.m. I'm sorry, I did not anticipate that we would be late with filming. So you, specifically you, and only you, needs to be on set in full drag at 6 a.m., whatever it is. Of course, I'm going extreme with this clause, but you also have to understand, whenever a clause is there, you have to explore it from starting from its extremes, because it can go that bad. So if you want your ass covered, you need to consider everything. Then, of course, you wish that it ends up somewhere in the middle, but, it's World of Wonder. We've seen worse shit happening. Now, 1 second from the chat. We have Antonina. Hello, Antonina. Welcome. Says, I understand being available for the season you're auditioning for, but that clause probably means future seasons and cycle 2. Or am I wrong? Being available, we are going to see it later. Because there is a section in which they define what happens the moment they send you a written notice that you are required to participate in an additional season. And that happens in a specific way and with specific rules. So it's going to happen later. I'm sorry, I didn't write this contract. I know it's confusing. I'm doing my best to make it understandable.
Me and Johnny have the same trigger words that bothered us. It's the frustrate with the act not to frustrate the purposes of this agreement and in good faith. Like how dare you tell us, like, okay, you told us we were going to be filming on the 1st and now it's the 15th and you said, oh, we're ready for you now. Like, no.
Well, I don't trust them. After seeing everything that we've been seeing for the past 13 years, I don't trust them, especially since they moved to VH1. Now, Section A continues with, I acknowledge that as convenience to the participants, thank you, and to facilitate the production of the program, of course, producer may request on occasions that I appear at a location as defined below, at a particular time during the production period to participate in events. Okay. So, while we film, the producer can tell me to be somewhere at some time to participate in something. This is what this sentence is saying.
I mean, in a 3 days notice.
Fantasia, your volume went completely down. What happened?
In 3 days notice.
Okay.
Did we get to that part?
No, we didn't get to that part yet.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The producer will use good faith. Thank you, producer. We have so much faith in you, producer, that you will use good faith. Producer will use good faith efforts to provide at least 3 days notice of such event, reducible to 1 day in the event of production exigencies. Oh, really? Our production exigency defined. Guess what? They are not defined. It's not defined if there are rules in which you have to communicate this production exigency. So you don't know what they are. You don't know the way they are communicated. You don't know the limitations that apply to them. It's strange that this contract is so particular and goes so much in details with some things. And for other things, it doesn't say nothing, does it? Especially when it comes to their right, they go to extreme detail. When it comes to your right, everything is nebulous. Everything is like put there. So at some point, they can come to you and tell you, listen, tomorrow I need you to be 30 kilometers from here, which means you will have to leave at 6 a.m. because we have 8 hours of filming and we have to do it in daylight. So maybe you should wake up at 5 a.m. to be ready by 6 so that you can jump in the car and go to the location. And they can do it to everyone starting from the day before. And they can just say, oh, listen, we have production exigencies. I'm sorry, we couldn't give you a notice before. That's it. That's it. And one thing that it's not defined in here is that this, I believe, also applies to the pre-production period. So they can tell you, hey, jump on a plane tomorrow because we need you in the next 24 hours to record a confessional for something. They can do it. They can do it, if I'm not reading incorrectly into this. But it's not defined, so it's up to interpretations. Now,
That's what it sounds like to me. It sounds just like that to me.
in addition, I agreed to meet with and be interviewed from time to time by producer. From time to time, listen, if it's an interview, it's from time to time and it's by producer. It means that you are recording confessionals. This clause must be referring to the confessionals. Those are the only interviews that happen from time to time and that are done by the producers and that are requested for the Queen to do. And other program personnel, of course, they don't have to be necessarily producers. They need to be working for, the production company, both on camera and off camera. At reasonable times and places suggested by producers after prior consultation with me in connection with the project. And these things are called the interviews. Now, this clause is poorly defined because it can both refer, and it will both refer, to the confessionals that happen when they do the show, but also to all the interviews that happen before the show. Like, for example, if they record a Meet the Queen, they usually do that in post-production, but maybe if they want the option to have it open for the pre-production, they can do this thing. And this goes under interview. They can interview any of your family. When they have a message from the family, this is an interview. Of course, this clause is related to the queens themselves. There will be a clause for the family as well. But this is basically what the interviews are. Something that can happen on camera, something that can happen off cameras. And they can tell you, we want you here at this time to do this thing. So I think it's voluntary, that it's so badly defined, so that it can be applied to many different kind of interview. Now, point B. We are only at point 1, point B of page 3 of the contract. Access. I grant assignee as defined below. Thank you for defining it below. So, guys, I'm going to give you the definition before. Assignee is anyone that is connected to World of Wonder in some sort or capacity. In this contract, when they say assignee, they most definitely mean Viacom Media Networks and all the people affiliated with them. That's what they mean when they say assignee, okay? So let's call them partners, World of Wonder partners. So you grant them the right to videotape, film, portray, photograph, otherwise record me, my actions and my voice and other sound effects. Wait a second, other sound effects coming from me? What kind of sound effects?
The classic, girl.
They are recording me farting away because it's a sound effect on an up to 24 hours a day, 7 days a week basis, so constantly, they could have used the word constantly, in the course of my actual life. Whether by requesting me to wear a microphone, which producer may require, this is standard, or not, subject to the production protocols. It's not telling you, but the production protocols are like 40 pages away down the contract.
Question.
Okay, but this sounds, in a
I have
way,
a question.
Yes.
Okay, so when they say this, so that means that they are actually filming the girls in their hotel rooms still?
That's
Or they
where I
could be?
want you. That's exactly, Fantasia, you have an ability to go to the point. You might, you come to me and say, but I'm a simple girl. I don't understand things. But in a way, you understand very, very well, because that is exactly the point. Do they put cameras in the hotel? Do they put microphones in the hotel? Well, they're going to define this better, guess where? Later on. But yes, this clause means exactly that. I can record you however I want, either by taking pictures, videotaping you, listening to your audio because I'm placing microphones. Later it will say that they will be either on you or in the place. They can be visible, they can be hidden, and you don't have to be informed about them. So it's basically, giving you a first taste. You will be recorded up to, how nice, they are putting like up to, like maybe it will happen. Maybe it will happen. If it happens, you agree that it's okay. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. This might happen. Be careful, kids. This might happen. And we're going to see the full extent of that clause when it's defined later on. It's going to be a trip. Number C, locations. I acknowledge and understand that taping the program is presently set to take place at various locations in or around Los Angeles, but may take place at other locations as producers may designate, together called the locations. This is fair because, sometimes you're in the studio. Maybe you do something special for one episode, like you do it in the street, like they used to do ages ago. You're simply saying, we do not declare one place in which we film. We might be filming in many different places. And that to the extent that I have the right to grant access to the locations where I will be present in the course of my life. Oh, wait a second. I was under the impression that when you said location, you meant the studio, or maybe in the street, or maybe somewhere else. Now you are talking about the fact that I have to grant access to those. So you're talking about my house. You are talking about my house. And it goes on, including without limitation, my residence and place of business. Oh, shit. This is not just about filming the program. This is about coming to spaces that you don't own. So I hereby grant producer the right to enter and occupy such locations and place cameras, temporary structures, and other recording devices therein for the purpose of capturing portions of material as defined in section 4 below. So you are granting them access to your house, access to the place where you work, if you own it. If you don't own it, there will be a clause later on telling you what to do with that. But you're granting them access. And wait a second, shouldn't in this clause, shouldn't it be written somewhere, something like they have to give me a written notice of 3 days, 1 day before, whatever it is, before they plan on entering such locations. They have to tell me how many cameras they put in there, how many microphones they put in there. They have this much time to do all of these things. They have to sign something to tell me that those things, that there is nothing. There is nothing. There is a general clause that says you can enter my home, occupy it with cameras and temporary structures and other recording devices. What the fuck? What the fuck? It's not like I invite you in so that you record me in my home. You can get in and place the cameras. I don't know what you're recording. I don't know what's the point. So
I want to be clear. It says including without limitation my residence and place of business. What is the without limitation
it
part?
means that, for example, I'm saying my residence and my place of business, but the fact that I'm making this example doesn't limit the fact that I might mean other location. Whenever
Okay.
in the contract you see the word including without limitation, it basically means I'm giving you an example. But this example doesn't limit the fact that it can be also other things. It's just
Okay.
an example. So
Okay.
I
So that
hear,
means that they can go to your mom's house.
yes,
They can
yes,
go to your boyfriend's house. If you're
yes.
there, they can go.
There you go. Yes.
All
I
right.
hereby grant producer the right to end. Oh, I read this already. If I do not have control over these areas, this is the interesting part, in which producer wishes to place such cameras and recording devices, then I will use my best effort to assist producer in securing the permission of the owner to allow producer to place recording devices in such locations. So if they want to film at my mom, I have to use my best effort to convince her that they can put cameras in her house. I don't know how anything like this would ever even hold up. What is a best effort? How do you prove a best effort? Because it's not defined. I mean, if they would say something like, if I would ever sign something like this and they would go to my mom and say, listen, we want to record you in this house, she would be like, fuck you.
And I mean, that's like if I'm eating at a restaurant with my friends, and they say, "Oh, we're coming up in there because that's where y'all are," and you have to go to the owner and say, so we have this camera crew coming really quick. Is that okay?"
Yes, you have to do that, because if that is your place of business, you have the right to not having something filmed in there and basically sold for money. Even if it's a public place, I can always sue you for some reason. So they want you to grant them that you will do your best to have them say it's okay to film here. Now, producer shall not be responsible because, of course, fuck you, but let's take care of producer. Producer shall not be responsible for any cost or losses incurred by me at the locations that I may own and or control that are related directly or indirectly to the production of the project. I mean, in a way, I do understand it, because if by location you mean the hotel, for example, and you decided that one day you are frustrated and you decided to throw something at the window and you break the window and that thing is on you, you did it. But this clause can be extended to many, many other things. Like, for example, the crew comes to your own, they decided to place a microphone, and then by mistake they break your mother's Fabergé egg that costs $5,000. So they shall not be responsible for any cost of losses. Do you see how conveniently everything is not very well defined when it's about you, when it's about what you stand to lose? It's not really well defined. When it's about what producers do get, oh, it's so well defined and told you over and over and over throughout the contract. It goes on forever. It goes on forever. I understand and acknowledge that I may be required to remove or cover any recognizable logos or trademark that may be at the location used pursuant to this agreement, unless such logos or trademark have been approved in advance by producer. What does it mean? It means that if they decide to film in your house, okay, and they see, for example, a Coca-Cola poster, they tell you, you have to remove that. But they can also be like, okay, he has a Coca-Cola poster. It's clearly in its home. It's not a prop. Let me call the Coca-Cola company for a moment. Say, listen, do you want to appear in a segment or RuPaul Drag? Oh, yes, you want to? $30,000 is okay for you? Yeah, yes, it's okay. Okay, you can keep that Coca-Cola poster, and it will be shown in that segment where we interview your parents.
gives me a hint, a reminder that we had a certain mirror, that was
Yes.
able to stay uncovered,
Yes.
on RuPaul's Drag Race last season.
Yes. Are we talking about our muse, our lovable muse, the
Yes,
Candy
our Black
Muse?
Lives Matter conversation mirror.
My God. My God. Yes, it's interesting. That's very interesting to me because that's not something that you can miss. Because there is also a clause in this contract in which you say that they have a right to search all of your baggages. They can search everything in order to ensure that you will not bring drugs, you will not bring phones, you will not bring illegal things, and so on. They have the right to search you. So I'm under the impression that they search basically everybody. Otherwise, they take a phone with them, start filming all the shit, and then if you treat me like shit, it will be licked anonymous online. So I think that they searched them. How did that mirror get there? And then it stayed there, and then it stayed on camera, and then they did the editing, and it stayed in the editing. Then they did the final edit, the final cut, the reviews, and it stayed there until it finally happened to be seen on television. So, there is this thing. There is this curious thing. Now, the foregoing, so what I'm going to say right now shall not be construed to prohibit or limit the appearance at location of any name or trademark. This is what I was saying before. The fact that I am saying that I can complain to you about a special trademark in your house doesn't mean that I will prohibit the appearance of any trademark. If it's convenient to me, I will let it appear. This is basically what it is saying. And furthermore, I understand and agree that some inconvenience to me and or other residents and guests may result from such recording devices. But producers, thank you producers, agrees to return my residence or the residence that producer has me occupying during production to substantially the same condition as existed prior to the installation of such devices. I'm curious about the word substantially the same. It's not the same condition, it's substantially the same condition. Okay. So, I want you to imagine somebody making a mess in your room and then, reorganizing it in a completely different way from it was before. It still looks clean. It still looks organized. It's just that everything is in a totally different place. So I come to you and say, well, but it's substantially the same, it's substantially the same condition. And except I will return it to substantially the same condition, except any damage caused by third parties. I'm curious if by third parties they also mean their other assignees or they mean somebody else. But I do understand this clause. I mean, if somebody that you don't even know comes in and makes a mess, they don't have to pay for it. That's okay. And while such devices are present, I agree that I shall have no expectation of privacy in such location. This is the most important clause of all. If you sign this, you agree that these microphones, these cameras, they will be put there. You agree that you will not have privacy. You don't have the right of privacy. You signed it away. And those cameras can be there, they cannot be there, they can be hidden. You are not owed to be told if they are there. But, you're basically telling it's okay. Whatever happens, it's okay. We're going to see a little bit about this later. Fantasia. There we go. You there?
I'm back. Every time I push unmute, I guess you have to mute, you'd have to unmute me.
It's okay. We finish with section D. Okay. E, F. Well, we finish with section D, then we take a little bit of a pause. And
I do want to
Maybe we take some calls later in.
Okay, because we have some people on the Discord.
Yes?
And it's Coffee. I see said that they would like to talk with others, but I'm not sure if that's on the stream or just people in the Discord. We have Phoenix that's already in the Discord live.
Okay.
And we have Lord Shin that's in the Discord live.
Okay. Let's go on with section D. Then we take a pause so that we can organize.
Okay.
And then we start taking in some calls. We're going to start taking in some calls, drop the links in the chat, and we continue. So
All right.
Section D, on-camera participation. Finally, I agree that producer and everybody else that is, affiliated with the producers, they can film, tape, record me, my likeness. Whether photographic or otherwise, my voice, action, personality, personal identifications, all of these things are your likeness. This word is important because they will not state in the contract moving on all the time my face, the way I appear. It's your likeness, things that identify you as you. And then they will record my conversation, statements, performances, activities, collectively defined as the performance. The things that you say, your opinion, the things that you do, those are performances. You are performing for them. During and in connection with my participation in the project. I understand the during. In connection, it's not really well defined. What does it mean in connection? When am I in connection with the project? I mean, I just signed this contract. Am I already in connection with the project? Nobody knows. I acknowledge and agree that producers may make such recording of my likeness and performance at various locations, including, without limitations, at any location. I could have just said at any location in the beginning. I understand that in connection with that, producer may require me to wear a microphone. We read it before, it's okay. To be accompanied by producer's film crew, representative for periods during my participation. That is perfectly fine. You might have people following you while you are recording. This is something, those I think are called the talent handlers. The one that follow you, that ask you questions, that help you, that bring you the coffee, that put strange thoughts in your mind while you are competing, because you never know. I will give you a little bit of a push. I also acknowledge that producers may place recording devices, microphones and cameras, at various locations. With such devices may or may not be visible to me, and the existence of them or the location of those devices may or may not be disclosed to me by the producers or another person. Without limiting everything that we are going to say, I acknowledge and agree that at all times during my participation and in connection with the project, any and all of my activities, including without limitations my performance, may be recorded by producer. What does all of this means? Well, they're telling you, I'm going to place recording devices. And this is the section about the on-camera participation. I'm going to place recording devices. I'm going to place them wherever I want, wherever you are. I don't have the duty to tell you that they are there, and I don't have the duty to tell you where they are. And they are allowed to record anything they want from those microphones and those cameras. Now, why do they go to such great length to tell you that you have to be recorded anywhere? And the fact that you are not telling me where these microphones and cameras are, it kind of tells me that you don't want me to know that I have some safe spaces in which I can do or talk about certain things. And this also applies to my hotel room. So I want you to think for a moment, because this is the full extent of what these clauses mean. You are in your hotel room, okay? You are recording for Drag Race. You are working your ass off. You are going to be there for 3, 4, 5 weeks, whatever it is. You are stressed. And you think, wait a moment, you know what? I am in isolation. All I do is work and then go back to my room and sleep. I would like to relax a little bit, you know? I would like to, you know, polish the cane a little bit and give it like a moment of relaxation. They can record that. You don't have any safe space inside your hotel room where you can say, okay, there are no cameras here. So they can record everything that happens in there. You have no saying in that. And later on, when we go to the section about the rights, they have the right to publish material even if it's not in connection with the show itself. What does it mean? It means that if tomorrow they want to come out with a website called it Under Drag Race or whatever it is, or OnlyFans The Queens, or Stuck in a Hotel Room, the Drag Race Queen Skin to Skin, whatever it is, and, you know, show what happened, they can do it.
Mm-hmm.
They can do it. You signed that away. Now, how much that would be enforceable? I think something like this will never happen because the backlash to something like this happening would be ginormous. Not to mention that even if it's arbitration, they could take the contract to arbitration and say, listen, I signed this to participate on RuPaul's Drag Race, not to participate in a porn site in which you see me jerking off in an hotel room, you know? So it will never happen, in my opinion. But the fact that it could happen, I don't know, it kind of unsettles me. It kind of it puts me in a mood in which I'm saying, I don't have any safe place in here. Nowhere. Nowhere. There can be cameras everywhere. And, you know, this is not Big Brother. This is RuPaul Drag Race. Why do I have to have cameras in my hotel room? What is the point of that? You know, you can lock the queens in the room already. You can already see that there is nobody coming in their room. They are in isolation. Why do you need to place cameras in there? Which may or may not be there. May or may not be there. And this is another important clause that comes out. I acknowledged and agreed that during my participation in the project, as part of my performance, producer may require me to recreate, reenact, or repeat certain actions, activities, statements, which I already made as part of my performance, because of course we need to keep the illusion that this is all unscripted. So it is things that you have technically said before. So could you please come on camera and do it again? Do you remember Spiky Hair Rose from the season when she appeared with these confessionals throughout the whole season with the same exact hairstyle, talking about the exact episode in which she was appearing, which means that all of those confessionals have been refilmed at a later time and then patched together and distributed in different episodes. This is exactly this. They come to you and say, you need to reenact this thing so that we can record you on camera and then sell it to people as this is what's really happening. And it takes away all the you know, when something is genuine, you know, this is why
Natural.
people like reality TV. People like things that resemble reality because it feels genuine. It feels like you have a more personal connection, you know. It's not scripted. It's not, you're not acting. It's you. It's you. I'm seeing your genuine reaction to things. And this clause is telling us that they can tell you, please redo this again. I didn't like it the first time. You need to redo this again. We need better camera angles. Redo the lip sync. You know, this is what it means. Of course, it can also be taken to the extreme, which means if I want to frustrate you, I can ask you to recreate something over and over and over and over again. Just because it's in your contract. So
the vixen just walked into the room.
I hereby acknowledge and agree to comply with such instruction from producers and fully cooperate with producers in connection therewith. Although participants are instructed to refrain from all forms of violence and intimidations, I understand and acknowledge that during the course of the project, I will be in close physical proximity to other participants who may, by virtue of the project or for other reasons, act unpredictably, including without limitation, exhibiting physical or verbal aggression toward me or other participant. But this is a standard clause when you are dealing with reality TV. I find it strange that so many different things are clumped together in these subsections because they are things that should be separate and in totally different subsections. Like one defines what's your likeness and performances, another one defines where you have the recording devices and what you should do about them, and then you have another one defining the fact that you have to reenact shit, and another one that you take the risk if shit happens with other queens, all clumped together in this subclause that makes no sense. It really looks like this contract was written by an amateur. So
I don't take for it that it was written like that for a purpose of they think that they know what they're reading. So they said, oh, they're just talking about my likeness and they don't read nothing else.
Oh, yes,
you know?
yes.
So I don't take it that they did that. It was written by an amateur. It was probably written by somebody that knew exactly why they did it the way they did it.
Well, but you see, I've been too nice about it. You know, I say they are unprofessional. This is why it happened. And you are saying, no, they're not unprofessional. They're trying to fuck with you.
Yeah. That's the stance I'm taking. I'm like, they're not, nothing about them screams unprofessional. Everything is strategic and they have a purpose behind it. So, you know, like you said, even the way they word some of the things to say, okay, I'm going to give you 3 days to get here. I don't care if you're in London in the middle of a play. If I said come, you are required to come. Read that contract section, blah, 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 blah. You know, that is what you agreed to. So I'm going to need you to do it.
Yeah, I'm too positive about it. Nevertheless, this clause specifically, the one that says that you assume the risk of physical or emotional injuries that may come from the participation in the project, that is a normal thing. That is a very common thing. That is a thing that has to be there because you are recording. It's reality television, which means it's unscripted. I'm just putting a bunch of people in this situation and then record the way they react to it, make a program out of it, dramatize it, and whatever it is. So you cannot predict how other people will act. So this clause, for me, it's completely legitimate. The problem that I have with it is that it says, I assume the risk of any physical or emotional injuries I may suffer as a result of my participation in the project. It doesn't say as a result of my interactions with other contestants. It says as a result of my participation in the project generally, which means if I get injured because you told me you have to do this challenge, if you don't do it, I will eliminate you. You will be in the bottom. I will disqualify you if you refuse to do this challenge. And you do it, and you get hurt doing it, that's on you. That's on you. So the beginning of the sentence is worded as if what they mean is that people are unpredictable, contestants are unpredictable, they may shout at you, they might slap you, you assume the risk of that. But then at the very end, it says, I assume the risk of any emotional physical injuries in the project, not as a reaction, not as a result of the interaction with the other contestants, which is pretty shady. It's very shady to me.
Very.
Now, without limiting the foregoing, of course, this contract is full of without limiting. I acknowledge and agree that during my participation in the project, I shall have no expectation of privacy, they told us before already, and that any and all of my actions may be recorded, including by hidden cameras and listening devices, and used by producers, including without limitation, in the project and in connection with the project, and all ancillary and derivative materials thereof. Which means when they say ancillary and derivative materials, they really are saying that my interpretation is if they really want to make a porn site showing what the queens do in their hotel room when they think nobody is watching, they can do it. If that is not derivative material, then I don't know what derivative material is. They can go call it like Drag Race down under. You know, these are queens from RuPaul's Drag Race. They are participating in RuPaul's Drag Race, and you are showing them naked in their hotel room. You know, that's derivative to me. So they could do it. Of course, it will never happen. Let's be clear on this. The possibility of something like this happen are negligible, to be generous. It will never happen. It will be like a massive bad publicity for everyone. But you know, the fact that it could happen, the fact that things like these could happen, because they can take anything, you know, it doesn't have to be necessarily porn. They can record you maybe when you are, I don't know, outside smoking a cigarette. You think there are no cameras and you're simply saying, oh, you know what, this person, it was complete shit, you know, and then take your sentence and manipulate it and make it look like you're saying it's to somebody else. And you don't even know it. You know, this is the meaning of all of this. What's interesting in the contract is that at the end of these sections, you have like this capitalized sentences that act as if they are trying to give you a summary of everything that's in that section. You know, they're trying to help you. Sorry, I'm reading the chat because Latif Nick says, stop giving them ideas.
And Luis Felipe said, why am I the only one talking? We're about to take a pause and organize the chat so we can get who wants to participate.
Yes, we are going
an
to
opportunity. Now, we do want to say we need you to be over 18 so you can consent to this being recorded. So anybody who would like to participate, we'll talk about how you can do that right after he finishes this section.
Yes, I will take a pause. I'll leave you with some music, and then we start taking some calls, loosely defined calls from the audience. If you want to drop by, if you want to say hello. Also, we need to get Phoenix back on stream with us, and so we have to organize it a little bit with Zoom. So I will give you, let's say, 5 minutes. See you in 5 minutes time. If you would like to drop in, say hello, whatever it is, I will drop you a link for the Discord. We can do that via Discord because unfortunately I don't have like a subscription to Zoom yet, so I cannot simply say, okay, call this number. I will have it. I promise that I will have it. But for the moment, if you would like to drop in and say hello, you can come on the Discord. In that section, there is a contract chat with a live contract section. In that section, we can enable your microphone and you can come in and say hello. So, see you back in 5 minutes. And Fantasia, let's organize.
Okay, wait a minute. I want to answer this question for Delshin.
Yeah.
Do you have to download something to Discord? You have to download Discord, and if you click on the link that he just posted in the chat, it should help you download and you create an account. And then at the top, it should be the Contract Live Show, which is a voice channel. You have to add yourself to it and give yourself authorization to join using your voice. Be careful not to join using your camera unless you want us to see your beautiful faces. But if you're not into those type of things, just push the voice option.
I also want to add, if you are on a computer, you don't need to download Discord. As a matter of fact, I am using it in my browser. What you will have to do is register an account. It takes a minute. They don't even ask you for your phone number. You can put it there if you want, but they just ask you for your email and a confirmation from the email. I promise you in the future, I will set up Zoom properly so that you can just click on a link and come in. But for today, it's made this way. Anyway, let's go to a break and see you on the Discord.
You don't need to be chill. I don't ever play it cool. You don't need the right skills. Don't need the right tools. You just need the guts to seize it. To seize it in the middle. You don't exactly know it, but you know it needs a little breaking up. Shake it up. Shake it up. When things start to settle down. Shake it up. Like it's a snow globe town. The city's like a bottle of sparkling wine. Pour it, pull it open, let's take some time. Shake it up. Shake it up. These are cynical times. We had to endure so many clinical lines, so little actual cures. When getting money's our religion and love is in need, we sit and watch while our country bleeds. I'm gonna stop trying to get off the hook, and I really don't care if everybody looks. Shake it up. Let me tell you, baby steps won't work. Shake it up.
And I'm back again. Sorry for the wait. I was trying desperately to work things out with the Discord, but that's what happens when you are not very organized, and I have not been doing I'm not being organized very much. So, Fantasia, you there? We lost Fantasia. Okay, so anybody from the Discord who would like to say hello, raise up your hand on the Discord chat and I will enable your microphone so that you can talk. Meanwhile, where is the contract? Here it is. Oh, Kitty Glitter on Discord says, I only got Discord for this chat, so I am not sure. Okay, let's do it like this. Fantasia, when somebody comes from the chat saying that they would like to drop in and say hello, you tell me. So I go on the Discord and enable them. Now, if you are on the Discord, on the contract live show section, remember, please turn off the volume from the live stream, because on Discord you can hear me on real time. When I am live streaming to YouTube, my voice comes to you with a 15-20 seconds delay. So if you want to drop by and say hello, remember to mute the stream. Now, moving on. We have section C, post-production participation. Finally, this is something that we've seen before when they were defining pre-production and production. Now, finally, we have post-production. So, subject to my reasonable availability at producer's request, I further agree to make myself available for any additional taping or post-production activities that may be needed after the end of taping of any cycles, including but not limited to pre-records, wraparounds, interviews, and any additional series material as defined in section 5b below. So, what are they saying here is that when everything is wrapped around, you will make yourself available to film additional things that are called additional series materials. It can be anything. It could be Meet the Queens, it could be wraparounds, it could be interviews, and remember, interviews can also be confessionals, and you will make yourself available for do all of these things. What are this additional series material? Well, this is something that we saw before already. We tried to go to a section, and that section led us to another section where the additional series materials were not defined. So let's try to find out and go to section 5b so that we can see what these additional series materials are. So let's scroll down. This is section 4. Where is it? And this is section 5, 5.b. Additional series material. Yay, we found it! I agree to participate in the production of additional series materials as defined in section 2f above. Oh, for fuck's sake. Are you done making me run around to find out the definition of additional series material? So we have to go back to section 2F. That's nice. So section 2F is way down there. That's great. I guess at some point we are going to find out what the additional series material is. Actually, it's here, and I think this is section 1F, if I'm not mistaken. Let me go back. Oh no, it's section 2F. Nice. We finally found out what this additional series material are. Great. So let's finish section A. In addition and apart from the foregoing, I agree to participate in post-production consultation and or recording sessions, which sessions may be filmed, taped, or otherwise recorded, recording my experiences and perceptions during production of the project. If this doesn't scream confessional, I don't know what it is. I find it curious that it says in addition to the additional series material. Why do they need to tell you this is in addition to the additional series material? Why is it a separate thing? Well, because for everything that is defined as the additional series material, you will get paid. For everything else, you will not. That's why it's in two different sections, at least at the best of my understanding in this contract. So, in addition to everything that's the additional series material, you will also record other things. Will you be paid? Find out later. So, additional participations. I agree to participate in the production of additional series materials as defined below. How many times we encountered them saying that this will be defined at some point? This is incredible. We finally get to find out what the fuck this means. So, subject only to my professional availability if outside of production period. So, if the production has wrapped up and everything has been filmed and they realize, oh shit, we need a little bit more of this. Kamora, come back. You need to talk in a confessional about how your boyfriend doesn't like you to do drag. Oh, you forgot to shave your eyebrows. That doesn't matter. Nobody will notice. So, it's outside of production and they tell you, okay, you need to come back. You shall use reasonable, good faith effort to make yourself available as and when reasonably required by producer. This is actually a good thing because it basically says you have to do your best to be there, but it doesn't tell you that you are forced to be there because you can reasonably say, I cannot be there. You know, I have a gig booked at this place and I cannot postpone it. And then behind the lines, maybe they can tell you, you better be there. Because, you know, one thing is what's official and another thing is what's unofficial. Anyway, you have to use reasonable good efforts to be available for additional series material. So, as an example, but not by way of limitation. So, I'm making an example, but that doesn't mean that I mean exactly this. This is just an example. It's not limiting. I may be engaged to grant interviews for a book based on the project, in addition to providing photographs, drawings, letters, other materials which I prepared or received during production period of the programs as provided by this agreement. So, my God, this is getting crazy. So, it's giving an example. Like, if they want to write a book based on the project, you have to make yourself available. Or you might be engaged to perform services as a host in a wraparound segment for a home video release program. Like, what I think is that maybe they are talking about the pit stop, for example. You know, this is something that you are supposed to be doing after the show has been done, after your episode has aired, where you can describe, you know, with is it the pit stop, the one with Michelle Visage? However, I don't watch anything from them apart from Drag Race. So you have to make yourself available for that, and this is part of what is called additional series materials. And then it finally gives us a definition. Additional series materials shall mean your additional participation, which is separate and apart for your participation in connection to the regular series, the regular episodes for the series, and excluding promotional appearances. Okay. In connection with all of these things. So additional series material are any television specials like lunch or finale episodes, compilations, What else do we have? Alternative versions of the series episode, the so-called remixes. Extended episode content, the so-called supersized versions of the episode. I don't know what they mean by that. Extended episodes content. It's not like they have a short version for TV and an extended. Maybe this is something that they are going to do in the future. Like create two versions of Drag Race, a short one for TV and an enhanced version for sorry, I have to close Discord because I keep hearing notifications coming from Discord. There we go. So maybe they're going to have like a short episode for television and a longer one if you subscribe to Paramount Plus, for example. Maybe this clause is in here for future things that are not really happening right now. What else do we have in the additional series materials? Enhancement materials, including wraparounds, on-screen commentary, voiceover, mini episode, after shows, promotional spots, sponsor co-branded promo spots, trailers, in-store sale tapes. I mean, there is everything in this section. We can read all of it, but I mean, the TLDR of all of this section is basically saying everything. This is what it looks like. It basically says everything. Interesting, at the very bottom it says social networking website or web pages about my life experiences on the series to be written and or maintained by me as instructed by producers and subject to producers' right to edit and or otherwise approve any and all elements thereof. What does it mean, all of this? Well, when they mean social networking web pages, they mean their Twitter. They mean their Instagram. So when you have a Twitter or an Instagram, it's your duty to maintain it. Of course, this is yours. It's not that like it's something that has changed. But they have the right to edit or approve anything that you do online. And they decide to give a special definition for this. They call this a blog, not to be confused to what we normally understand as a blog, like a page in which you write posts about whatever you like. That's what we understand as a blog. That's not what they mean as a blog. What they mean is any kind of web page or networking page that it's yours and maintained by you, including social networking and everything else. They have the right to edit or approve everything that you do online. Emphasis on the editing, because later on there is a clause that says that you agree to install software on the computer that you use or the phone that you use so that they can exercise their right to modify what you are posting or to tell you this cannot be posted and remove it. So that is kind of interesting. Meanwhile, I think we lost Fantasia. There it is. Fantasia, you there? Fantasia, I cannot hear you through the Zoom call. Nope. Meanwhile, let's see if Phoenix is ready to join. Phoenix, are you there? Oh, there you go. Finally. Finally. We made it. How are you? That's great. It's crazy. It's crazy. I mean, I read all of this. I highlighted all of this. It's going to give you a headache, especially if you are not used to the legalese, you are not used to navigate around it, it makes you completely crazy. They are trying to, if you look only from the contract, it's like they're trying to grant themselves right to do whatever they want. I understand why they would do something like this, because they say, it's like saying, listen, I am trying to get as much as I possibly can, knowing that I will not use all of these rights, but it's better have it and not need it than need it and not have it. This is what this contract is telling me. Yes, they change. Yes, yes.
We having all sorts of issues. So they're talking trash in this live chat. But all of what you said, they said they couldn't hear you at all. So
Okay. Can you hear me now?
can you guys hear her now?
Wait, it takes a moment for the stream to actually arrive to them. But I have a simple solution for that. It's my fault. I'm sorry. I forgot to unmute the audio for everybody else. Guys, I'm sorry if you have been from the live stream, if you simply heard silence. What happened is that Phoenix came on stream and she has been made this wonderful concept for 2 minutes straight. And this asshole here forgot to turn up the volume. So I only heard that. I mean, I'm proud of having heard that, but nobody actually heard that.
Again for them.
See, the difference is we have a couple of people that's in the Discord as well as on the live stream. So the people in the Discord heard you.
Well,
But they
that's
didn't hear
good.
you on the live stream.
Well, I will explain it again for the live stream. So I was saying, as far as wanting more material, you know, depending on what material they're looking for, that's not really the most sinister part. It kind of makes sense, you know, that they're trying to get as much material as possible. I mean, you could make an argument either way, but that kind of is a standard thing you're going to see. You know, people want to be able to use more as much as possible so that they have options for advertising. So I don't really have a problem with that. It's more of the reenacting things. I was explaining there's this idea in film called the push-off effect. And it's the idea that viewers derive more meaning from the interaction of two sequential shots than from a single shot. And the principle they use is they'll have a man who's looking like longingly at something. But then if I put a bowl of soup right after that man, you're going to think that he's hungry. But then if I take that same exact shot and I put a woman after that, or a man, or whatever, they're going to think that, oh, he must be lusting after this person. If I take that same exact shot of that man yet again, and I put someone in a coffin, they're going to say this man's grieving. Notice it's the same exact shot. I've not manipulated that man at all. Yet whatever follows after that is what the viewers determine the context for which that man is thinking. So that's why they want all these reenactments and shots, so that essentially they're creating a soundboard, like a visual soundboard of the girls, so that they can turn around and make it seem, add that context by following one shot with another. That's why they need these reenactments, so that they can essentially manipulate the viewers into believing, well, this person is sad or looks angry. Well, if I put a shot of, let's say Gottmik after that, well, then they must be mad at Gottmik. But if I take the same shot of that girl who's mad and now put Kimura after it, well, then the audience is going to think that she's mad at Kimura now.
Yes,
So
that is
now you
part.
can manipulate all of the meanings of what is even happening just by whatever shot you film next and put next in the editing. So when people always say, well, they said it, it's like, yeah, but if you remove all the context and you edit it out of order and out of place, words mean nothing without context. So that's why I tell everybody, look, I've had editing experience. I can make Shea Coulee look like an amateur lip syncer if you give me enough footage. I can make her look terrible. I can make Gottmik look like the best lip syncer we've ever seen. It's all about editing at the end of the day.
Yeah,
and if
that
you have
is
enough
part.
footage, I can do anything with that footage and make anybody look whatever way I want.
That is part of the dramatization part. This is something, it's later on in a section of the contract in which they state a ton of different things, including the dramatization, which means exactly that. I tend to get as much material as I possibly can so that then I can cut and paste it to make it look however I want. So literally, I'm selling you a project or a series or an episode on the allure that you are getting something real, when what you are really getting is me manipulating everything in the background to make it look however I want it to look. And this is kind of unfair to the queens who participate, and it's unfair to the viewer because they get an idea of someone and then they realize, wait a moment, the idea that I have means nothing because that someone was not really saying those things to that person. This thing didn't really happen like this. It happened in a totally different way. You were not insulting this person. You were talking maybe about yourself. This goes into the dramatization. There is a nice section on all of that, and we are going to get to it a little bit later. Now, continue with this section. Now they are finally defining the production periods. I thought they defined it before, but, I'm giving you another definition. Production period means all the production periods for the production of regular series episodes. This is what it's called an indirect definition, which means I'm not telling you what something is directly. I'm telling you what something is by telling you what it is not. So whatever ends up as the finished product, the episodes that end up on television, then everything that was related to the filming of that will be called production periods. Okay? So, production periods means this plus all the pre and post-production period and any extended weeks due to production overrun, force majeure, or additional episode orders that are attributable to the production of the series episodes. So all of this is defined indirectly. If it ends up as an episode, then it will be part of production periods, which includes pre and post-production and any extended weeks, which of course it can happen. This is sensible. Sometimes things don't go as planned. Sometimes, like it happened with UK season 2, that the whole Panini things happened and they had to stop and go back to it 7 months later. This is acceptable. What is interesting is that when we go to the paying options, there will be a difference in the pay that you get if you are part of what is defined production period, if you are part of what it's called extended shots, or if you are part of what it's called additional series material. The whole point of making all of these definitions is that then you can say how much they get paid. This is something that I want to say to the people who are listening because you're like, why do you need to define all of these things? Well, because based on that, I will define if I will pay you and how much I will pay you. Now,
definitions are important. You're completely right. I mean, I've gone over contract law quite a bit. I mean, I'm not a lawyer, but I mean, everything is done intentionally. There's lots of people who look over this, they edit it, they relook at this. Definitions are crucial because, it'll be amazing, like soup. I mean, there's literally in Ireland, I think that there's a bread tax going on, and Subway is actually being considered ineligible because the argument is that their bread doesn't count as bread because it's too sweet. So even something as simple as bread can become a legal problem if we aren't all on the same page as to what we define bread. So you'll find that definitions are exceptionally crucial for contracts.
Yes,
On top
what
of
it's
that-
interesting is that they always go to great length to define something that it's in their best interest, and then when something is in your interest, it becomes nebulous. It becomes like you cannot really understand what it is. And what does it mean for you if you want to fight this contract? Well, in a way, it's a good thing because it means if it's not clearly defined, it means that you can fight it and say it means this. But on the other hand, how many people are likely to actually go through arbitration because of this contract? So what really happens is that it's not defined. When I'm there, I tell you, listen, but the contract tells you this, which means this. And 99% of the people will just say yes. They will not say, oh, wait, no, it's not defined, which means we can go through arbitration and then define it because I think I have grounds to have it defined in this specific way that it's favorable to me. So you see, what it looks to me is that everything in this contract is constructed to fuck you over.
It is. No, that's true. Like I've seen other contracts that are not as bad as this. This is really bad. Even like I was saying, that whole effect juxtaposition, there's a reason why you guys were saying earlier, why are you talking about, one thing? Why is this related to the section about how much footage? You do it so that you can try to create a context under which you define the emotional injuries. So that way you kind of confuse people so that they think that they're interpreting the contract in one way because of the text that came before. But as you said yourself, it wasn't talking about the interactions between the queens. It said everything. But then nobody's thinking that because you already just talked about interactions for the past couple of sentences. So they're thinking it only applies to interactions. That's the way that even the words are structured, the way that even the sentences are combined, the way that even paragraphs work. It's all designed to have a particular context so that people can see it a particular way, but then you can sneak in things that actually define things in a way that screws people over. And that's what you're seeing right here.
What's more than that is that this contract, it looks like it's not trying in any way, shape, or form, apart from, this summaries that you get at sometimes from, from them writing everything in capital letters and so on. But it's not really structured in a way that makes it easy for someone that it's not really contract savvy to even navigate the contract itself. The fact that you don't have a section with all the definitions in one place, the fact that some definitions point you, like the additional series materials. First, they point you to a section in which they don't talk about that. Then they point you to another section. You go to that section, it points you to another section, and then you finally find the meaning of that. It looks like it's completely structured to discourage you to actually read it, understand it, and find out what you are actually signing for, which is a huge middle finger, considering we are not talking about common people. We are talking about people that probably had huge problems in their lives. They were born in a period in which you would be normally bullied at school for being the way you are, not recognized basic rights like not being fired just for being queer, or not having access to special kinds of medical attention if you are trans. These are not people that had it easy in life. And you put them under a contract like this, you are basically giving them a double middle finger. One was given to them by life, and another one, it's the one that you are giving them, which is especially malicious, if you ask
me. The reason why no, and you're right. And a lot of people say, well, they signed a contract, they read it. But again, something as simple as what is bread? And you'd think to yourself, well, I know what bread is, but you would be surprised with when they can argue in a court of law, no, it's too sweet, so it's not bread. And you're like, well, wait a minute, I know what bread is. So it's not as simple as simply just, oh, I read the contract, so I understand everything. Even if you've read the contract a ton of times, depending on how the words are defined, you could have a completely different understanding than the other person. And the reason why this is such a manipulative contract is it's one-sided. A lot of times if you were creating a contract, you'd have the lawyer on the other side arguing for specific terms to help their client. But you don't have that here because the contract is only created by World of Wonder. This isn't a contract created by two lawyers on both sides trying to get the best argument for a client. If you see a contract that's like that, and assuming both lawyers are great, you're going to notice that it's not as much of a big giant screw over to, one person. You're going to see more of a balance because now, you have two lawyers on both sides trying to fight to make sure that it's fair. So now there's more savvy, there's more of the client being protected from predatory definitions. So with this one, you can tell exactly which side this contract was designed for. And I'll give you a hint. It wasn't for the queens, that's for sure.
Oh, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Now, in this production period and so on, it continues. If you are required to travel to a location that it's more than 50 miles from your current residence, in connection, of course, with the appearances, it's not if you want to take, let's say, a vacation to Puerto Vallarta, producers shall provide you with travels in accordance to sections 2H below, which we are going to get pretty quickly, because now we are already talking about exclusivity. Now, talking about exclusivity, one thing that you didn't get from Bas's video is that you don't just have one exclusivity period. There are actually 3 different exclusivity period. One is the exclusivity period you are in while they still consider if you will be on Drag Race. The second one is an exclusivity period that starts the moment you sign this agreement and goes on until 1 year after the last episode of Drag Race in which you were in aired on television, which for us means the live finale, but they do not define what is the last episode. So some people might say it's the finale. Some people might say, oh no, it's not the finale. It's the Halloween special with all the people from your season, which happened at a later time. Of course, this is not defined because it would be in your best interest to know when it is, but it's not defined. And this is the second exclusivity period. Then you have another exclusivity period that goes on for 24 months after the airing of the last episode. So you have a total of 3 of them. This is exclusivity period number 2, the one that lasts for 1 year after the airing of the last episode. And this is one of the most restrictive one. What happens in this exclusivity period? Let's read. You agree from the effective date of this agreement, remember, from the moment you sign this contract, in order to be considered. This is not happening during filming time. This is happening like on March, April. Filming will maybe happen in summer. So, from the moment you sign the agreement, you agree that until the date from the date you sign it and until 12 months after the first broadcast of the last episode of the program in which you appear, the exclusivity period, that your appearance and participation will be exclusive to producers in all media. What does it mean, all media? It means all things that are not your private life. It's all media, all form of communication that it is public, which means anything on the internet, anything you do outside of your home as a public place and it's been recorded. Everything, it's all media, except this is the only exception, you should be allowed to appear in live performances and personal appearances. It doesn't define what personal appearances are, but it does define live performances. This is the show that the queens do, and this is reasonable, of course, because they have to make a living after all. So you shall be allowed to at least make your live shows in specific ways, of course, provided that you do not publicize, advertise, mention, or promote your appearance in the program or in connection with those live performances. What does it mean? That you cannot say, I am the queen. This is crazy. I am the queen from RuPaul's Drag Race season X. You cannot say it. If the people that host you, that pay you, want to do it and risk themselves, they can do it, but you cannot do it. You are coming, like, for example, as Denali. I am Denali, and I will be appearing at this bar at this date, and that's it. And you strictly adhere to your obligations regarding confidentiality and publicity that it's contained in Section 12, blah, blah, blah. This is normal, of course, confidentiality always applies. Now, when and where the producer may require during this 15, 16 months, because it's from the date you sign, you shall be available to participate in program branded or related to store series or live performances, engagements of the show. This was very clear. This is something that Bassi already talked about in her video, so we don't need to define that. It's basically the Drag Race tour. In consideration of what the foregoing and subject to only the producer's request, which means they can ask, you cannot say no, but you cannot go to them and pretend like they have to take you on tour. If they don't want you on tour, you don't go. But if they want you, you have to go. Because remember this, because this is what happens with Drag Race UK. This happened with Drag Race UK. They wanted only some queens. Then people rose up and said, listen, what the fuck? It's the UK season tour. I want to see everybody. So if they don't want you in, you don't have a saying. But if they want you, you have to go. And only for the payment of $1,000 per show, which is nothing. When you take, for example, the fact that somebody in the top 4 of Drag Race can command about $10,000, $15,000 for one show. But by contract, in this 14, 15, 16 months, you will be paid $1,000 per show, of course. Now, during the exclusivity period, you shall be restricted from participating in any live performance that fulfills at least one of the following clauses. Is intended to be performed more than twice in a 12-month period, regardless of whether such days are consecutive or in the aggregate. What does it mean? This is a sneaky clause, because when they say live performance engagement, what I think they mean is that, let's say that you are doing a specific thing, like let's say the haters roast, for example. You cannot do that same show more than once, sorry. No, sorry, I read bad. More than twice. So you have to change a show. You have to do a different show. You cannot have the same name of the same kind of performance more than twice. Or is intended to be performed in more than one location. So, if you go, like saying that you want to do a haters roast tour, for example, you cannot do the haters roast more than twice, regardless of where you do it. More than twice in the same place, or more than once if you do it in different places, which is really restrictive. It's really restrictive. It's basically saying you come to this place to lip sync, or you come to this place to do, for example, a viewing party. But this viewing party, you can only do it twice. And if it's in the same place, you can only do it once. You cannot host 3 viewing parties. That's what you can do. Now, those restrictions may be waived in writing by the producer, which means producer can authorize you to do more of these shows, but only in writing. And then it continues, for avoidance of doubt, I will not appear or authorize production of or participate in any way other television program, theatrical motion picture, radio programming, everything else. What does it mean, all of this? That you will not appear in any media. Point blank. If you want to do it, you need their permission. Now, one thing that I'm asking is, what would take to have that permission? What do you have to do to have that permission? And what if they don't like you for some reason? What if something upset you during filming? Or maybe you had complaints, reasonable complaints during production, but you kind of came off as the difficult one to work with because you complained about cables on the floors that were not covered, because you complained about lunch coming late, because you complain of not having a vegan alternative on your plate, because you complain of all of these things. Maybe they won't like you very much. Maybe it's going to be a little difficult to add that written consent. So during the exclusivity period, and subject to the exclusion for live performances as defined above, if you wish to appear on or authorize production of or participate in any project in any media, you have to request producer's permission, and he will determine at its sole absolute discretion. What does it mean? It means that they can do whatever the fuck they want and they don't have to tell you why. If I don't want to allow you to perform at that place, you will not do it because you already did that performance twice, and by contract you cannot do it again. So if I don't want you to, you don't, and you shut the fuck up, because this is the contract. Now, notwithstanding the foregoing, if producer does not exercise its initial option as defined below, then the exclusivity period shall expire upon the expiration of the initial cycle option period. Did you understand anything of that? Let me translate it for you. This is the first exclusivity period that I told you before. So you signed this contract, but they didn't pick you up yet. They are still considering your appearance. So you are under what I call as the first kind of exclusivity period, which means everything that we've read so far already applies to you, even though you haven't even filmed Drag Race yet. It's like March, April, you just submitted your audition tape. They gave you the contract and you signed it because you wish to be considered to come on Drag Race. You are already in a kind of exclusivity period as defined like we just read. Now, that period for you will expire if they don't pick you up for Drag Race. If they pick you up for Drag Race, it continues until 12 months after the last episode aired. But if they don't pick you up, then that clause will not work anymore. It will expire. And they call this period the initial cycle option period. Let's try to make it as difficult as possible. So if they don't exercise their option to come on Drag Race, they have a period in which they can decide if they want you on Drag Race. When that period expires, also your first exclusivity period also expires, which is crazy because you didn't even go on Drag Race, but you are already exclusively theirs. Now you might ask, when does the initial cycle option period actually end? And guess what? They don't tell you. I read this contract twice. Maybe I missed it. It's a difficult read, especially if you do it all at once. Maybe I missed it. But for the love of me, I couldn't find a date in which they say when this option period actually expires. Because this is important. Because if you don't know when this date is coming, it means that you don't know if you are still under their exclusivity period, which means also that they are your exclusive management, which means also that you cannot perform the same show more than twice. You cannot be more than once at the same location. They can sue you for breach of contract, for breach of exclusivity period, but conveniently, they don't tell you when this period expires. Isn't it nice? Isn't it incredible? I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy. Moreover, I agree not to make or appear in any live performances with any past, present, or future participant in the program from the effective date of this agreement. So even if you are in the first exclusivity period or the second one, remember the difference between the two periods is that the first one is that the one that you get when you are not picked up for Drag Race, and the second one is the one that you get when you are picked up for Drag Race. And for the both of you, you will agree that you will never participate in any kind of live performances if there is a contestant from Drag Race. Now, the problem is that maybe it's not like you organized with someone to do a show with them. Maybe this someone simply happens to be there because from a moment to another he had to replace a queen. It happens all of the time, you know. At the last moment somebody doesn't feel good, or a plane was late, or they got stuck in traffic, or whatever it is, and somebody else jumps in to cover for the night. If that someone is from Drag Race, what you have to do legally is call in and say, listen, I cannot perform. Because the contract says we cannot appear together. So, unless, and this all happens unless producer does not exercise the initial option, which is the option of taking you on Drag Race. The problem is they don't tell you when this option expires again. So if that option expires and you don't know when it does, you can be free to appear in any live performances upon the expiration of the initial cycle option period, the one that we were defining before, that's undefined. How nice. How nice. Fantasia, hello.
Hi. I want to do some interruptions real quick because we have some sleepy fans who want to give you some love. So, would you like to add them to the chat really quick?
Yes, of course. I'm coming on Discord. Remember to your microphone will be on. Remember to lower your volume from the live stream. Coming on right now. And there we are.
All right. So, first off, we have Blazing Bard who has to go to sleep pretty soon. All right. So let's see if this works the way we thought it was going to work.
I don't hear anything.
Blazing Bard. I think they have themselves muted.
Wait a moment. Unmute.
Blazing Bard, are you still there? Are you able to unmute yourself? You should be able to.
Yeah, it's in the bottom left. Next to your name, there's like a microphone icon.
It says we don't have permission. Okay, it works for you now.
Oh, Blazing.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Welcome.
Oh, hi. How are you guys? Oh, that's so nice. So I'm Blazing Bard. My name is Dennis. I'm 23 And I just wanted to say hi. I love your channel so much. It gives me so much enjoyment to watch it, your
That's
videos, your live streams. And yeah, I just wanted to say hi to Fantasia too, of course. I love you, girl. You're so entertaining.
that's so nice because from my perspective, I'm always in my room alone, talking to a screen and the microphone. But there
Yeah,
are
I get
people.
that feeling.
There are
It's a
people
little bit
behind there.
strange, and I was a bit shy, so I hoped someone would call first. But yeah,
No
whatever.
worries. Come on, no worries. This is an amateur show with amateur viewers. We don't care about this thing. The fact that we are reading a contract and people are listening, it's already amazing. So nobody cares. Don't worry.
Yeah,
No.
fair enough.
1 second, Fantasia. I had to mute you from the Zoom call because otherwise I would hear everybody's voice coming in the background from your microphone. So we wouldn't hear Blazing talking properly. So I have to unmute Fantasia. Blazing, thank you for joining in. Thank you for dropping by and say hello.
Of course. I hope people will follow. My English is not that amazing. I hope everything was understandable.
Oh, have you heard my accent? Come on.
No, you don't have an accent. Or at least I can't really tell what kind of an accent it is.
Oh,
That's-
yes. You're being very nice and very political, but yes.
Oh, okay. I do my best.
Thank you so much. And
yeah, thank
probably
you too. I'm going to bed now because it's a bit late and I have to study tomorrow.
no
but
worries.
thank you
No
for the live
worries.
stream. It was very interesting.
Thank
and
you.
I love you guys.
Thank you so much. See you soon.
Bye.
Okay, Fantasia, you there? I just
Yeah.
Oh, there you are. There you are. Sorry. One moment, I had to pump up the volume a little bit for Blazing because it was a little bit low on my hand.
It was low. I was glad you paused me because I was trying to make sure that they could hear on the live stream, to make sure that we're doing it right. So I was doing things at the same time. So I'm glad you paused me. Thank you, Blazing Bard. I got compliments too.
You are fantastic. You're not Fantasia. You are fantastic. That's how you call. That's how we call you here.
Aw, that's so sweet. I try. So, oh goodness. Okay, so we have our youngins in here, but y'all know what's up. But we love you. So if you are ready to be unmuted, please put your name in the chat so I'll know which person to go to next. Queenie. So we have Queenie that wants to speak. Let's see. All right. So Queenie, you can unmute yourself. You should be unmuted now.
Hello.
And I'm gonna mute myself.
Yes. Hi, Queenie. Welcome.
Hi. I wasn't expecting to be here, but I'm just bored. So how's it going? I don't know how to start a fucking conversation.
Ah, it's okay. It's okay. Just introduce yourself. Say hello to everybody on stream.
Hello, chat. I'm Queen. I'm young. I'm not rich, but I'm also a bit of a bitch. So I'm not actually rich. I'm quite nice. But don't see me.
Don't worry. No one here is
I worry about everything. I'm so insecure about myself.
Oh, you're
bro.
too. Come on, you're too young to worry about everything. Stop it. Nobody cares. Nobody cares.
You're calling young. You're calling yourself young?
Oh my God.
Because I assume that you're like really young for some reason. I don't know why I get that vibe. I'm like, you seem like in your 20s or something. I'm not assuming age. I'm just saying you look like you seem really young, and I don't know why.
Well, it's a good thing. It's a good thing. I remember when I used to be like 18, 19, people would tell me, you look 14. And I was like, well, I hope when I am in my 50s, people will tell me you look in your 30s. Sorry?
I get assumed from like I got assumed to be like a 12-year-old once, like on a Discord call. Funny.
I
was
would
like,
say you sound very young.
Fantasia, you're echoing. I don't know why. I've been hearing you're echoing. Like whenever you want to mute yourself. I don't know if he has a Zoom call still on.
We hear you both pretty well. The stream hears you pretty well. It's
Yeah, I
something
was
that
like-
happens with Discord. Unfortunately, I didn't have time to solve this problem. In the future, I will probably pay for Zoom and make a proper Zoom account.
It's just like I would just like probably recommend just having the stream in headphones and then just have like Discord open on a different browser or like on a different computer.
Yeah,
would
for the
probably-
moment, unfortunately, tonight is the way it is. We are going to be doing it amateur way.
Yeah, the amateur way. Besides, we have amateur seasons there, so that's the point. Oh,
Well, Queenie, thank you so much for coming in the stream and saying hello to everybody.
You're welcome. Very much.
See you soon.
Queenie.
And we have Fabio Alvaraga from the chat saying, hi, everyone. Hello, Fabio. Welcome. We are being here for almost 3 hours, and we are at page 6 of 52.
And I haven't had a drink yet. I'm so upset. I'm shocked. I'm just dry over here.
Yes, I know, but you know, I'm trying to explain everything in this contract, because you never know. A lot of people never even read something written in this kind of language. So I think that maybe there's also something in the experience, seeing that, yes, you can take a 50-page contract, you can understand what's going on in this contract, and you don't have to be scared of opening up contracts and starting to read them and understanding what you're actually signing for. Because, girl, one day you will sign one contract and that thing will haunt you for a long, long, long time. So I think, it's nice to know all of these things about Drag Race and the Drag Race contract, but it's also nice that it's like a learning opportunity, that it can actually encourage you to not be so scared of reading all of these legalese things. There is a light at the end of the tunnel. This is what I wanted to say.
Yeah, I have fallen victim to some haunting contracts, like 3 of them as we speak. But we'll get there. So yes, this is a learning opportunity. And in talking to you, I might actually go back and read it.
That's a great thing.
There's nothing I should be able to do to get out of this crap.
You will make me very proud if you start doing that. I told you already in private.
One of these days.
Johnny from the chat says, Fantasia's voice is a little low, but we can hear her. I pumped up Fantasia's volume a little bit because
that might have been for Queenie though.
I think it was also for Phoenix because her volume came up a little bit too high, so I lowered it from my hand. So, but if you can hear her right, then I will leave the volume the way it is right now.
How are you guys hearing my voice?
Luis Felipe says, can we give Miss Fantasia a drink, please? The girl is working today. Okay, Fantasia, you can have 1 drink.
Okay.
We'll have some liquid energy, and you will have a little bit of wine. But don't worry, you will get drunk like really soon. When we get to the right section, you have to be careful.
I am sure. Yeah, Johnny Boy said they were referring to Queenie.
Oh, okay. Well, that comes from Discord. I promise you, when I will take a little bit of time to set up this thing properly. I will make a Zoom account. If they want money, then get the fucking money, fuck off. But it's so, yeah, it's just that Zoom is so well organized and it makes it so easy to control everything. It's just, it's the best choice. It's the best choice. I'm sure there are other programs out there, but, everybody has Zoom. That's the point.
Yeah.
So we will find a way.
It says, now this is the time for the plug top. If you would like to support us, we are on Patreon. If you have a couple of pennies to throw that way, feel free to do so. The link is in the description. It will be very helpful to doing more things for the channel. And back to our regularly scheduled video. I feel like I'm the computer of the TNI network, you know? I'm wondering if we're doing anything close to that level of production. Because I don't know how to feel about that.
I don't know. I don't know. But thank you for the plug. You know, I'm not. Fantasia is the one that's been reminding me, like, from the very, very beginning. It's like, mention your shit. Mention your Patreon. You have to tell people. If you don't tell people, people will not come. You have to tell them. And I'm like, yes, I understand that. But I also come from a place where I was raised to never ask for anything. You know, you're not good if you need to ask. This is where I come from. So I'm slowly learning. At the very, very beginning, I mentioned the things with the super chats and so on. So I've been, Fantasia, I've been doing good.
Shocked. I was so shocked when you said super chat. I'm like, I've never gave anybody a super chat, but I'm going to learn today. I'm going to see how this works. And it seems pretty simple.
I am learning. I am learning. It's always difficult when you ask people, because you never know who is going to take it as if you have to do it, you know, because there are always people that are, yeah, but you know, when I listen to other people, it kind of sounds like, oh, you kind of have to do it. And the message that I want to get out there is that I am doing perfectly fine the way I am. Of course, I would like a new tech. I would like to simply say, oh, we need Zoom. No problem. We can pay for Zoom. We need Adobe Premiere. Okay, no problem. We can pay for that. Or we need a better software for microphone. Okay, we can pay for that. I want to have that liberty, you know. I'm not even in the mindset of I want to make money for myself, but I would like to have that liberty. So if people want to help in helping me achieving that liberty, then you're perfectly welcome. If not, it doesn't really matter. It's not like the channel will stop if people don't donate. This is what the message that I want to get across, and that I'm always scared that will not get across. This is the thing that scares me the most. So, I am trying to promote myself a little bit, and also the whole thing.
Please do so.
The whole thing, you know, with the Patreon saying, listen, yeah, I can actually take this thing in a good way, you know, and say, okay, yes, I will have like special content when I can, and it can be things that I will never do on YouTube because I cannot do them on YouTube. You cannot, for example, there is a lip sync from Candy, for example, where they used every trick in the book to edit her as if she was killing it. And for the love of me, I couldn't make a video and show you, because if I do it, I will immediately get a copyright claim from a music company, because there is no fair use with music. And I cannot do that on YouTube. Or I want to talk about the fabulous adventures of Nina West, and I cannot do that on YouTube. For the reasons that you know, because there is a video in which she is literally touching somebody's crotch, like going for it. I cannot show that on YouTube. I will get immediately a strike if I do it. So you know what? A lot of people have asked for, okay, you go on Patreon. What do you offer on Patreon? And I'm like, well, I'm doing the channel, and you know. You support the channel. And yes, but okay, what do you give me on Patreon? So I said, you know what? Okay, let's do it like this. When I have previews, when I have videos that I want to make, then I will make it special for everyone who goes, you know, the extra mile to throw you $1. So you see, I'm getting better. I just need my time.
And I love it. And again, people support because they want to support. Some people want incentives. It makes me subscribe more. Like I subscribe because I like you and I like the content that I'm hearing, and it's not a big deal to me. But some kids or some younger people or people that may have financial things, they want to support but they can't. So it's good that you're giving them all of us the same content.
Yeah, I also
And
think sorry if I interrupt you. One thing that I never liked, because I've been broke my whole life, is that you have things like behind a paywall. That's why I did that thing when I say, okay, everything that I do on Patreon, if you really like the channel, if you're crazy about the channel, but you cannot pay, then come watch the videos immediately, because I will put a temporary link in there for all the people that really, really like the videos and cannot pay for the Patreon, so that you get access to. Of course, it's not forever. It's only for those people who are really, affectionate viewers. But I want, to give a chance to people who cannot come on Patreon to get the content that it's in there. Because it's always a little bit shitty when you hear, oh, I have all of this video, but you need to pay if you want them. I mean, I understand it. It's commerce in a way. That's how commerce works. You pay for something and you get something. But that is not how I want to manage this channel. It's not for money. At least not yet. Maybe one day it will be. I don't know. But it's not what it is right now. So for me, it makes no sense to have like this strict paywalls. And if you don't have money, well, fuck you.
Yeah. And see, again, for people like me, I don't care. I'm doing it because I want to support. Some people like the incentives. It makes them want to do more, but at the same time, again, that's not your brand. So we are where we are with it. Look over there. And
what's over there?
Look over there, our babies. Look over there, and Deborah, Susan, Linda, and Amateur Seasons, AKAs.
Yes.
Their situations, but they are really, really, really at you in this. They are coming for you in this contract comment section. They want to be in on this.
Oh, they want to say hello.
Yes.
And then tell me. Whenever they are ready. I cannot. The problem is, for people who listen to the live stream, I cannot stay silent for 30 seconds because they're like, what the fuck is happening? It's all silent. So I continue talking. What I'm waiting for is for you to saying, hey, Top, we have one person that wants to come by and say hello.
Well, our babies want to come say hi.
Come say hi. Who is next? Come on.
So
I am on
we have, the aliases. So we have Deborah.
Okay.
We have Deborah. So let me see if I can figure this out again. Okay. So I've unmuted Deborah, and Deborah, come say hello. Can everybody hear in the chat?
Hello, I am Deborah.
Yes,
Yes,
Deborah.
You are Deborah? You sound like Amateur Season.
Say for
No,
legal
Amateur
reasons, we are
Seasons was
Deborah.
found dead at a bus stop. This is Deborah. This is Deborah.
Okay, Deborah, welcome to the stream. Thank you for
This is
coming.
100% Deborah. It's fine.
How are you doing?
Great.
Do you
Drinking some Capri Sun.
do you understand anything of what's going on with this contract? We lost Deborah.
No.
She heard contract and we lost her.
Yeah, they're like, no, I'm not signing that. Say, good thing you came to this live because you would be auditioning
like the
in a
first
few
clause.
months. You would be auditioning in a few months, right? And so, it's a good thing that you came and you realized, how much you'd be giving away.
I told you, you mentioned the word contract, and Deborah disappears. It's like she was never here.
I don't know her.
That's Deborah repellent. The Deborah repellent.
Johnny Boy Toy 12 from the chat in the live stream says Deborah from the factory.
Oh, how much of that do you own?
She's a factory girl. Is there something you would like to say to YouTube?
Stand to your coffee.
What?
She
Oh,
said.
file your taxes on
She
time.
said.
File your taxes on time.
She said, "Stand to your coffee." Okay.
And file your taxes on time. What you know about taxes? Anyway.
We are going to mute Deborah after the Tia coffee thing.
And then we have our look over there. Who
Come
wants
on
to
in.
Are you ready? Look over there. All right. So you're unmuted on this.
Hello.
Hey there.
So I just woke up. I'm sorry I couldn't join your live stream at 5 a.m. But I'm here now.
My God,
All right.
5 a.m. That's rough. That's rough.
Yeah. All right. So I have a few things to say. First of all, I think it was during one of the Chop episodes, I actually told you're the reason why I started my YouTube channel. And yesterday, we hit 100 subscribers, and I just wanted to tell you that, and thank you so much, because you're the one who inspired me to start it. Also, I would like to thank Fantasia. She was such a big help in my YouTube channel and now my podcast. So that's another amazing thing. So thank you so much, Fantasia and Top. That's all I wanted to say.
Oh, you had 100 subscribers. That is so great.
That is so sweet. That is so sweet. You know, I don't have this crazy reactions to thing because I think it's really sweet. It's really and really a strange thing when people say you inspired me to do something, because I look in the mirror and I see an idiot, you know, and to think that you got something good from that. It leaves you without words. But compliments on your first 100 subscribers. It's really hard on YouTube, so I know how hard you have to work, even for 100 subscribers. It's not an impressive milestones by any means here on YouTube, but it's impressive for you. And that is the thing that matters. You know, don't look at what happens everywhere here on the platform or on other platform. You do your things and use your own milestones to judge the quality of your work. And that way you will grow and you will start gaining more and more followers and connecting to more people. And maybe, you know, one day even making a coin. Why not?
Right.
Yeah, hopefully make that money, honey.
Congratulations. I'm so happy for you. That's a lot. That means 100
Thank
people
you,
like what you
Fantasia.
were doing. And you better do a shameless plug for our podcast.
Oh, okay. So if you want to see our podcast where we have reviewed the promo looks for All Star 6, you can find it on Spotify or Google Podcasts. It's called Inside the Iris, based on my drag name, Iris Inspiration. If you want to see our YouTube channel, it's called Iris Inspiration. Podcast Inside the Iris, available on Spotify and Google Podcasts.
And thank you so much for everyone who decides to join in with Look Over There and support what he does, even if it's just by listening. So thank you, everyone, and good plug there. I always forget to tell people to plug themselves. Since you are coming, you know, since you have the space, plug yourself. So thank you, Fantasia, for reminding on that. No problem. Okay.
Thank you, Fantasia. Thank you, Top.
You are very
Bye-bye.
welcome. You are very welcome. And thank you for calling. We have Sable from the chat on YouTube saying, can you fix your audio? The audio is a little bit shoddy because we are still working things out on how we are going to do this call things. It will get better next time, I can guarantee you that. But if you can tell me exactly what it is, the problem, if it's my audio, Fantasia's audio, or the guest's audio, we can try to work it around. At least if it's mine or Fantasia's. If it's for the guests, everybody has his own microphones, and coming from Discord, unfortunately, the quality is a little bit how it is. Okay, do we have any other calls?
I don't know. Does anybody else want to have anything else to say? Lord Shin, I see you in there. I didn't know if you wanted to speak or not.
Okay, let's do it like this. Let's do it like this. Whenever somebody joins in that wants to say hello, you just tell me. You keep an eye on that.
Okay.
That's great.
So yeah, so as of right now, I don't see anybody in the Discord. Again, anybody that's listening on YouTube, if you join the Discord and come to the contract live show section, and you write that you want to join in, we can add you in as we're going along through this contract.
And you can drop by and say hello.
Yes, and also just
are you drunk already?
No, I haven't had a drink yet. I only had that one little sip. I forgot what I was going with it because I started reading stuff.
By the way, Zoe joined the chat on YouTube. So Zoe, thank you for coming, and hello. Now let's go back to this damn contract. We are on page 6. We are going like really far. It's been 3 hours and we are on page 6. So what we were talking about, we were talking about the exclusivity. Oh, how nice. Part 2 of the exclusivity subsection tells us that if the producers permits you to participate with any digital service at all while you are under exclusivity, the first kind or the second kind, producers shall nevertheless have the right at any time during the exclusivity period to require all the audio-visual material as defined below. You are going to see if we get a definition for that. To be exclusively accessed by any user through a service, like any user through the service that it's acting on behalf of producer, World of Wonder. I think it's affiliates as well. Oh no, it's only World of Wonder. So it needs to be accessed. This is crazy. And you will cooperate with any of producers' reasonable requirement in connection with the producer service, including, without limitation, installing any necessary software, programs, or applications to effectuate the foregoing and executing separate agreements with such producer service. And this is the crazy thing to me. So if you want to have any kind of digital presence, so let's say your Instagram, for example, what you are saying is that World of Wonder or its representatives, they are allowed to install software on your phone, on your computer, or whatever it is, so that they can access this material and edit it if they deem it necessary. It's not written in here, it was in a clause before, or even remove it if they don't approve of it. And to me this is crazy. Imagine if you have they're talking about some sort of backdoor. No, not backdoor. Backdoors are illegal, but they're talking about some sort of program that will give them access from your device to your digital media. What do they even mean like that? Because there is no such thing as I can install a software so I can access only Instagram for your computer. What you usually get is remotely controlled programs that allow you to take control of the whole machine. So, for me, it's not difficult to imagine that this thing in the hands of the wrong person, because rogue employees exist everywhere. You install a software because you are required to give access to all of your media to World of Wonder. Okay, then an employee uses that software to try to, I don't know, maybe check out what you have on your computer, check out your selfies on your phones. I mean, it can happen. It's not unheard of. It happened before. And this is the thing that concerns me the most. Like, okay, you want to control their online presence. Then why not simply have them, you have a little team, which it can be the media team. And when a queen wants to post something on Instagram, they simply send you the post. And you have like 15 minutes, 20 minutes, your team to say, okay, this can go, or no, this has to go with modifications. Why do I have to install a software on my computer? This is crazy to me. Now, audiovisual materials, they finally give us a definition. Means, of course, everything. Any audiovisual, visual, or audio material that includes your image, your voice, or your likeness, as defined before. So, your likeness is everything. It's a drawing of you is your likeness. So, it's everything. When they say audiovisual material, they mean everything. But of course, they have to define it a little bit more, because this is something in their favor, including without limitation video footage, audio recordings, or photograph of me. If it wasn't defined enough when they said likeness. That, of course, you have authorized for inclusion in or on any digital services. Which means, what does this mean? It means that this is not stuff that has leaked. This is stuff that you decided that you wanted to publish, okay? If things of you leaked online, like it happened to Pearl in season 7, for example, then they don't have rights on that material, and they don't have the saying of saying, okay, you don't publish that or you take that away, because you didn't authorize that. And this is something reasonable. Now, Cassidy Carroll says LOL from YouTube.
I have a question, Top.
Yeah, what is it?
What leaked the pearls?
You don't know? Well, her nudes leaked back in season 7.
Oh, okay.
And she wasn't happy about it. I remember Trixie joking, like saying, okay, if I wanted to have success, I would have leaked my nudes before my album. Like someone else. She shaded Pearl a little bit. You don't remember? There was Raja online. There was like a mess with missed passport, I think. Pearl couldn't find.
Season 7. I wasn't really caring about season 7. I didn't follow anything. I just got Instagram last year. Last year, I got Instagram. So no, I didn't know anything about drama. I just knew what I saw on TV. Which was, it took less of my lifetime, because now I'm all occupied in seeing what these people are doing with their real lives.
Did you know that Raja went online? She called, basically Pearl lost her passport. If I remember correctly, she lost her passport, or she had problems with her passport. And Raja shaded her online, saying something to the extent of, Pearl, she is just a hot bush.
What that mean?
Well, what do you think it means?
I don't know. I don't
know. It was crazy. It was crazy. Okay, so they continue. Audiovisual material defined. Okay, digital service means any website, program, service, or product delivered by means of any internet or wireless protocol. So, of course, like I said before, it's everything. Whenever you're in doubt, of course, they try to define it as best as they can, because it's in their best interest to do so. But for brevity between you and I, we can simply say it's everything. It's everything. They just don't want most of the power. They want all of the power. If it wasn't clear enough by the way they added the queens on the show, then it's especially clear from this contract. Now, promotional appearances. This is something interesting. For no additional compensation, of course, for free.
I
You
work for exposure.
work for exposure, girl. You will be available and you will participate as when and where producer will require you during the exclusivity period, which starts from the moment you sign this contract for being considered on Drag Race until 12 months after the last episode aired, for a total on average of 18 months. From the moment you sign this. So, from the moment you sign this and for the next 18 months, for no additional compensation, you will make yourself available whenever and wherever producer told you to be, so that you can do promotion, marketing, advertising, publicity, interviews, and similar matters. What do you mean similar matters? Well, of course, they give us example because it's in their best interest. Appearing on news show, morning shows, talk show, publicity interviews, personal appearance at live events such as show, convention, presentations, and make other appearances. If it wasn't enough before, you also have to make other appearances as required by the producer in connection with the project. Now, what do they mean in connection with the project? It could be anything. I can simply say, yeah, you need to go there because, I publicized you as the queen on season 24. And that's the connection with the project. So go there and sponsor this for me. It's crazy. It's crazy. And what's even more crazy is that they say appearing in institutional advertising and promotion for producer and or Viacom Media Network, which is it's the company that airs RuPaul's Drag Race. They are not even the producers, but if they want to make advertising or to make promotions and they need somebody to plug this shit, in this exclusivity period, you need to go and plug this shit when they tell you to do it and where they tell you to do it. And that it's for no additional compensation, of course. You go for free.
Exposure.
Now, if you make promotional appearances at producers' specific request and direction in an overnight location that it's more than 50 miles away from your permanent residence, then producer shall provide you with the following on an if available, if used basis. What does it mean, if available, if used basis? It means if it is possible to obtain it, and you have to prove that you used it. What are we talking about? We're talking about a round-trip coach class airline ticket. It means coach class, I think it means economy class. Standard hotel accommodations. And standard is not defined. Like, they don't say, I'll book you a 3-star hotel. It can be a 1-star hotel. It's a standard 1-star hotel, covering room and taxes only, which means you pay for your own food, and a whole $75 per day. Think about it. After taxes, that's $40. It almost covers your lunch at your dinner that it's not covered in the hotel expenses.
Scroll up a little bit, Sop. It's hard to see what you're saying.
Sorry?
Scroll the screen up, because all I can see at the bottom is barely $75 per diem.
There we go. I'm exactly here. I was reading this section here. Can you see it?
Yeah, I see 75, but it's at the very, very bottom. That's the last thing I see. And Iris Inspiration says, there we go. Okay. Iris Inspiration says, how long will they have to appear on the show?
I don't what do you think it means? How long much time do they have?
I'm guessing they're talking about like the morning shows and things like that. Like, how long do you have to be there? Because that's what we're talking about. So I'm assuming.
Oh, it doesn't say. In the contract, it conveniently doesn't say how long filming on site will last. It doesn't say it. So, $75 whole dollars, sorry, $40 after taxes for doing this free promotional appearances during a period of, on average, 18 months, which is really nice. Thank you for making me work for free. So, RuPaul's DragCon, of course, during the exclusivity period, you agree to be available for and participate in all the RuPaul DragCons, all of them. It's not like you appear in one. No. If I want, you appear in all of them. All such dates, and he repeats again, all of such dates, shall be determined at a future date, which is understandable. You never know when you can organize these things. This is legit. In consideration of this and subjected to the producer's request, you shall receive $1,000 if you are in the US and $3,000 if you are not in the US, which is great. So, I don't know how this thing will work out with promotional appearances. I think it's separated from the two sections. Promotional appearances and DragCon are two different things. The problem is, in the DragCon section, they tell you they give you $3,000 if you have to go outside of the US, but they don't tell you if they pay for your plane ticket, like they do for the free promotional appearances. So they don't say. Maybe they pay for your plane ticket, maybe they don't. One thing is for sure, by contract, they are not obligated to pay for your plane and your hotel if you're going to DragCon for them. But they will give you a whole $3,000, which after taxes it's about $2,000, and if you're lucky it will be enough to pay for your flight. Hotel and food is on you, and while you're at it, also pay for your booth, because you have to pay for that as well. Oh my god, I feel noxious already. It's crazy. It's crazy. Now, withdrawal removal. You understand to the extent that if you discontinue your participation because either you don't want to be there or you withdraw for some reasons, you give up for some reason, like what Adore did for All Stars, for example, if the contract applied, that this withdrawal will not affect any of the rights that you granted to the producers. What are these rights? They are defined later on. And that your exclusivity, your confidentiality, and all other obligations in the contract, they continue. What does it mean? It means that if at some point you hurt yourself and you need to leave, you cannot stay on Drag Race anymore, like it happened to Eureka. If you decide to quit, like it happened to Adore, that she participated in All Stars and then she decided to quit. Or if they disqualified you, like it happened to Shitty Pie or Willem, then everything else that it's on the contract, it doesn't hand. It doesn't hand. The only thing that changes is that you will have to give away all the prizes that you received. Yes, Fantasia?
You hear me so excited. So, you know how Benda LaCreme won all of those lip syncs from her season, right? From All Stars.
Yes.
You know, she won all those lip syncs, like at least $30,000. Since she quit, do you think they didn't give her that money?
Oh no, they are not. They don't have, by contract, they have to give their money back. If this is the contract that they had on All Stars, there is always the big if. We know. Well, this is speculated as the contract for season 14. We don't know anything in season 13, in season 12, season 11, season 10. We don't know anything about that because the only contract that I have at the moment, one moment, I need to close. What's happening in here? I'm getting like 1,000 messages. Phoenix. Phoenix wants to jump up in production protocols and production rules. Yes, they are at the very end. At this point, I think we will continue this stream next Sunday as well. I mean, we continue going on, but we won't by any means reach the end of it. This is just so long. So we will do like part 1 this Sunday, part 1 next Sunday. Phoenix, that part, production protocol, it's at the very end. So it's going to be next Sunday. Now, moving on to almost the grant of rights. So yes, if you withdraw, if you are removed, if you hurt yourself and you cannot film, however it is, all your obligations stay in place. The thing that changes is that the money will be taken away from you. Okay, if I'm reading this correctly, because there is a section specific to this later on in the contract. Now, in the event of a withdrawal, I agree that I shall nonetheless participate in any publicity, interviews, preparation of promotional materials for the project. If I am removed from the project, producers may take any explanation or announcement to explain my absence to the project. So, as I said before, if you withdraw, you are still bound to everything that's in the contract, including all the appearances. If they kick you out, in addition, if they kick you out, they can use any kind of explanation or announcement to explain your absence, which means they can make shit up to justify the fact that you have been kicked out. And this is especially important because when Willem was kicked out of season 4, they did all this thing that, of course, Willem went online saying it was all bullshit. We decided what to say behind closed doors, that it wasn't my husband. I think the reason is that she fucked the producer. I think that was the problem. She was high, a lot of times, and she went down on the producers, I think, if I remember correctly. Now, in the event of your withdrawal from the participation, you shall be ineligible for the rights payment as defined in section 5 below and any other payment hereunder, and you shall forfeit any and all prizes, including cash, goods, services, gift cards, voucher, everything. So if for any reason you do not participate anymore, think this is crazy because it doesn't even make a distinction between you leaving because you simply decide I don't want to do this anymore, or being kicked out, or the event that really you injure yourself and you cannot continue anymore. It doesn't make a difference. All of these things are called withdrawal, and if it happens to you, you have to give everything back. This is the crazy thing. Like, you hurt yourself and you are guilty of that. So you should give back all the money that you received, all the prizes that you want. You have to give everything back. The interesting part is, what if you've been disqualified after everything has been filmed, after everything is being paid? You received the money, you already paid taxes on it, and then you find out you have to give back the money. How the fuck do you get your taxes back? How does that even work?
But do they give it to you after, like after the show is over, or do they give it to you after they air everything?
If you learned anything from this contract, it's something that's in connection to them. Okay? So what does it mean? It means that it's going to be very, very well defined because they don't want to be liable for the fact that they didn't pay you. So of course it's very well defined. It's going to, of course, it's later on because everything in this contract is somewhere else. Everything. Now, before we get to rights, we have sponsor integration. I acknowledge that, as determined by producers at its sole discretion. Oh, why am I wondering? The project I acknowledge that. So the project. Where is the verb in this sentence? I'm trying to find the verb.
We can't see it.
Okay. I have it. I acknowledge that the project, advertising, marketing, and promotion may contain product placement. Okay, so if you participate, whatever you are participating in may contain product placement, product integration, sponsor identification, product demonstration, and you're sponsoring shit. You're basically sponsoring shit, collectively known as sponsor integration. So if there are such sponsors integration, you will agree to participate in and with such sponsor integration if and as requested by producers. So if they tell you, listen, we got paid by this asshole to sponsor this product, now you have to smile and say everybody that this is the best thing in the world. You have to do it. You have been requested to do it. In addition, and without limitation, naming, identifying, wearing, using, describing, demonstrating, and or otherwise referring to or interacting with my sponsored products. My God, could you imagine if they would ever sponsor a dildo and you have to interact with it?
I mean, and true, and that'll be in the unreleased footage. What you called it, the Drag Race Down Under.
Yes.
They might start an OnlyFans.
Collectively known as sponsor activity. That's how we call them right now. Sponsor activity. Okay, management options. I hereby grant to producer the exclusive options to serve as my exclusive manager pursuant to an agreement to be negotiated in good faith between producer and me in accordance to industry standard. Now, I'm not going to discuss this very much because it was very well discussed by Bassi already and by the lawyer React video, who actually gave his opinion about this clause here. So it was extensively discussed. I'm just going to give you the TLDR. What the fuck does it mean? Industry standard. What does it mean in good faith? It doesn't say when, it doesn't say how, it doesn't say anything. It's basically saying if they want to be your managers, you cannot say no. That's really, the issue to the core.
I do have a question about that.
Yes.
Because, in one of the rants of our lovely Tamisha Iman, she was saying that they never gave her a manager, right? So is that something that they have to do, or is it just something that they saying if you want to?
No. It's an option. It's an option.
For them or for you?
For them, of course.
Because the way I took it was, you have no choice but for us to manage you, and without limiting or foregoing, I agree not to engage in third-party managers without the producer's prior knowledge, written, blah, 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 all that stuff, right? So saying, okay, we don't want to manage you, but you have to beg us to let us get you a manager, let us give you one or get you one. If you go find your own manager, you have to pretty much ask us, can they represent you?
No, by the way this contract is worded, when it defined options before, the management is an option, which means if they want to be your manager, you have no saying. You have to be their manager. You have to let them be your manager. And the agreement, which means which gigs you will do, how much the manager will be paid, and so on and so forth. Which liberty do they have? Can they tell me you cannot do that, for example? This management is an option, which means if they want it, they will be your manager. But they don't have the obligations of being your manager. If they decide not to exercise the option, you can look for a manager by yourself. Of course, with some specific limitations, because the clause continues and says, without limiting whatever was said before, I agree not to engage a third-party manager, which means another manager, without the producer's prior written consent. And that consent shall in no event be given by the producers prior to the premiere of the last episode of the initial cycle in which I appear. So, what does this mean? It means that from the moment you sign this contract until the moment the last episode of the season aired, they cannot sign away their right to be your manager. Okay? They will not do this. So you cannot go to another manager and start negotiating with this manager because you need a written consent from them. But that consent cannot be given until the last episode aired by contract. What does it mean? It means that in practice, you are fucked until the last episode of the season aired. You cannot have another manager. They cannot even if they want to, by contract they cannot allow you to have another manager because the written consent cannot be given until the last episode aired.
So what I'm asking is, okay, so pretty much during the time that the season is airing, right? They're your manager. Like, is that what I'm to believe?
Sorry, what did you say?
While the season is airing, they are your representation. They're your management, right?
Yes.
Correct? Okay, so after the season is done airing, you are allowed to look elsewhere for management outside of them?
No, because this section here is a section of exclusivity.
Mm-hmm.
So I think this refers to the exclusivity period, but there is no way to know because it's not well defined by the contract. Here it only says that if you want another manager, you need their written consent. I think it refers to the exclusivity period. Okay, so 12 months after the last episode aired. And if you want their written consent, it cannot be given until the last episode aired already. But they don't define it. You remember in the very beginning I said a ton of things are suspiciously undefined on this contract, while others, they go to great length to define, provide examples, and so on. This is one of those clauses because it doesn't tell you, it doesn't ask questions like, for example, okay, so I cannot even negotiate with another manager from the moment I sign this contract until the moment the last episode aired. Fantastic. So you are my manager. What are your obligations? Because the only thing that says is that we will reach an agreement, but by contract you are telling me I cannot have another manager. You tell me I cannot have another manager, but you are not telling me which kind of assurance you're giving me. Like assuring me that you will be there, like, I don't know, once a month. I have the right to call you for an hour to a meeting to explain things. Everything, all of this is simply said, at some point we will make an agreement. And that's it.
Okay.
That's it. By contract, you are not granted any right. They simply say, at some point we will make an agreement and we will see. For the moment, you cannot have any other manager.
Okay, because I find that I found this to be the most entertaining one for me, only because Tamisha was saying that she didn't get management. She hasn't yet received management from World of Wonder. Meaning, I'm like, well, how do you I mean, you don't have to have a manager, but it's helpful when you're a name, trying to have a brand and whatever.
You absolutely have to have a manager because you have so many different things to do that you cannot think about everything. You are an artist. The only thing you should be concentrating on is creating your heart and bringing it out to the world. This is the only thing that you should be doing. Then you should be having a manager for taking care of all the other things like public relations, bookings, merchandise, all of these things. You pay someone for doing it. The problem of this clause in this contract is that it's completely in favor of them, which is they define what you cannot do, but they don't define what they're going to give you in return. So I'm pretty sure that even if you go through arbitration, taking this clause and saying things like, in this clause, they do not tell me what is their deadline to discuss this agreement to be negotiated in good faith and between producer and me. They don't tell me within 2 months we will have this agreement. As a result, I've been without a manager for 12 months. And this caused me this kind of financial damage, this kind of personal grievances or whatever it is. And you can do it and you can actually win because it's not defined. It's completely skewed. It's totally in favor of them. They get to manage you if they want to, when they want to, with a contract that will be stipulated. Nobody knows why, nobody knows based on which criterias and so on and so forth, but you cannot have another manager.
Yeah, which is what that's what I'm thinking happened to our dear mother. Like, they didn't give her a manager. Like maybe they want to manage Gottmik and Simone, of course, because they're money makers. But they were like, oh, we're not thinking about Tamisha. Like, let her be out there by herself. And she had these things going on and things going wrong. And she was like, well, you said you were my management and y'all never gave me a manager, right? So I'm wondering, I just wonder where that landed. Like, if that was something to do with why she was having so many issues, because she thought that she was going to have them be her management and, book her some gigs or whatever the case may have been. And they just never contacted or never reached out to her in regards to that part of it. I just wonder.
It can be, but we'll never know because they are bound not to say anything. And in addition to that, if they decide, people say if they decide to sue, you cannot sue them based on this contract. You cannot do that. You have to go through arbitration, which can be expensive, which can be partial instead of impartial, which can abide to the current laws or cannot abide to the current laws. So that's the sneaky things about arbitration. Like an arbiter can say, listen, yes, this clause here is completely skewed in their favor and you get nothing and nothing is granted for you. You only have obligations. So it is unlawful. But from my point of view, it's okay. And you are fucked. Because that's arbitration. That's not a court of law. That's why, in the end, when you have all the exhibits, basically every exhibit is 1 page. The arbitration exhibit is like 8 pages. So, yeah, it could be. I can imagine situations like this actually happening. I can imagine it because, like you said before, you prefer to concentrate on those queens who can actually bring you the most money. You might not care about the early outs, or maybe you have some personal reason not to care. You are not bound by contract to care. That's the problem. Now, section 3. Dear God, this is getting crazy. Background check and release of medical information / emergency medical care and release liability. That's another mouthful. Section A, subsection A. I understand that upon the execution of this agreement, or at any time during my participation in the project, producer may conduct an investigation of my medical and or psychological status. Remember, in episode 1 of the CHOP for season 13 already, I told you they have their psychological evaluation. And here it's written in the contract saying they may conduct, yes, it's written on the contract they may. I can tell you from my point of view that it's normal that it happens all the time, because that psychological evaluation will tell you a lot about somebody. It will tell you which kind of people they are, which kind of buttons you need to push if you want them, to lose it a little bit for drama, shits and giggles. So in this section, you are allowing them to do so. So, of course, your criminal history as well. This is legitimate. This is just normal whenever you apply for any job in the US, I think, including your personal and professional background. So, such medical and or psychological investigation may include, it's fun that they say may include, because may include submitting to physical or medical exams conducted by licensed professionals of producers' choosing on a date to be determined, of course, by the producer, taking into consideration your own availability. So they're basically saying, if I want to give you a psychological evaluation, because that's, I have my motivations. I don't have to explain them for you. I will have licensed professionals to do it, and I will have the right to do it, including physical examinations, which it's interesting. It's interesting. Why do you need to have a physical examination of someone, especially when you have their medical record, especially when you have a release form in which they say, I declare that I have nothing, that I'm completely healthy, and everything that happens is my own fault. When you have all of these things, why do you need, in addition, to have them accept a physical examination? This contract is I understand where they're coming from. Again, they are trying to get as much as possible so that if they need something, they can simply have it. And I believe that a ton of the things that we read in the contract, they're not actually enforced, they're not actually used. Like, for example, footage from your hotel room, if you have cameras in there, like going to a full physical examination and things. I don't think they are enforced. But the fact that you are by contract allowing them to do it if they want to do it, I don't know, it puts me in a kind of mindset in which I'm starting to think, well, I am fucked. Because if they want, they can do whatever they want. Whatever they want. If I don't fall in line for some reason, if I see bullshit happening during filming, if I see favoritism towards someone, if I get crazy because of the critique, they can fuck me up in every possible way. They can say they don't like the way I acted today. They can say, okay, you need to go for a physical examination tomorrow. It's in your contract. Go. They have all the power. They absolutely have all the power. Now, the results of all the evaluation will be kept confidential. Oh, thank you for keeping it confidential to the extent possible and or predictable. Well, thank you. At least a little bit of something. And will producer shall not use the result in or as part of the project. How am I going to prove it to me that you are not going to use their psychological evaluation in order to manage them and their reactions and the way they behave during filming? How are you going to ensure that to me? It's not like saying, I want you to understand the difference for a moment, okay? Let's assume that I am producing a show and I want to make sure that everyone is healthy. What do I mean by that? Well, I know that my show is going to be stressful, so I don't want to have people, like lose it and maybe harm themselves. Okay, so I want to be sure that you are psychologically sound. So what I do is that I take a professional and I say, listen, please evaluate all of these people so that they are fit for the project. Everything that is said between you and them is confidential, which means I will not know anything of it. But you, as a professional, you can sign a release form guaranteeing that at the best of your abilities, these people have no issues. And I will know nothing of this confidential information between you two. And I don't need to, because I already paid a professional to sign a paper saying you are psychologically sound to participate in the program. That's how normal people would do it. But it doesn't happen in this case, because they will get everything that comes out from those psychological evaluations, even if they seemingly don't need to. But listen, they promise you that they will not use it for the project. They are promising, guys. You can trust them. That's why they are defining so many things in these contracts in their favor and nothing in your favor, because you can trust them. Oh, good God. Oh, good God. Fulani Didi says, I took a nap and this is still going. Talking about a deep dive. We're only on page 8. We are only on page 8. I don't know if we're going to transform this reading the contract into a series. My fear is that people will forget things from like 5 pages before. Because like every week we have, okay, this week for one, we'll do the chop. Great. All stars. Great. And then for 1 hour, we will do the contract and we will be done in 2 years. Oh my God. This is, let's finish with this section. So you consent and agree to complete the background authorization and disclosure form furnished by producer and the authorization for release of medical information that is attached as Exhibit A, both of which are incorporated by this reference. These are the exhibit that I was talking about you before. At the end of the contract, there are 5 exhibits and 3 have to do with medical issues. 1 is your medical background check. 1, I think it's waiving your physician-patient confidentiality. 1 is the emergency medical release if something happens to you while filming, and the other one is the assumption of medical risk, in which you're saying whatever happens to me from a medical perspective is my fault. Okay, so moving on, I hereby waive any physician-patient privilege I may have or that may arise with any physician, psychologist, healthcare providers, including both physician and mental health care providers, social workers, healthcare institution, insurers, and other individuals or entities as a result of my participation in the participant selection process and or the project. And I authorize the release to you of all records and information. This doesn't only apply if you actually get cast on RuPaul's Drag Race. This applies to you from the moment you sign this contract to have the possibility to maybe appear on the show. You are waiving your physician-patient confidentiality. And this is something that I was talking about at the very, very beginning when I was introducing this contract. This kind of right, in many countries, it cannot be waived. It's simply forbidden by law to sign away your physician-patient confidentiality. Whatever is between you and your physician has to remain between the two of you, and you cannot give this right away. Yet somehow this clause is in this contract, which tells me that in the United States, doctor-patient confidentiality is not an inalienable right. And this is something that we can stay here and discuss as much as we want on how this contract is bullshit for doing so, but this is something that should be addressed in the court of law. This is something that the people who wrote this contract took advantage of something that was already lacking in the basic rights of people residing in the United States. The fact that you can sign away this right, it's simply crazy to me, because you are signing away all of your background records, everything that happened to you in your life, everything doesn't matter. If it's of a medical nature, they will know about it. And you're not even on Drag Race yet. They can tell, for all that you know, they can tell you, we don't want to pick you up. You are not on the season, I'm sorry. Yet they get all of this, including everything that will come in the future while you're filming on Drag Race. Like if something happens to you, you have no privacy with your physician. Everything will be disclosed to World of Wonder. Everything. This is crazy to me. I can see how this information can be used and abused against you. I personally believe that it is in fact used and abused against you, and I see no reason whatsoever why you should sign away this right in order to participate in a program. You can do it like everybody else does it. You pay a professional for assuming responsibility of doing its job properly, which is, if you sign a paper saying this person is fit to participate in the program, I am paying you to get that responsibility, and I don't have to know anything about the medical condition of someone. You can do that. It's doable. If you're not doing it, I have to come to the only logical conclusion to me that you have an incentive in not doing it. What is that incentive? Well, we can speculate about it, but you know how I feel already.
I have a question.
Yes.
So this is
wait a second. Can you wait a moment, because I need some liquid energy.
All right.
I'm coming back in a second.
Ooh. He left me with you guys. I'm so disappointed that I haven't gotten to drink anything yet. I'm gonna be so intoxicated the next round of by the time we get to the good stuff, because it's probably all gonna be in the same part.
And I'm here. Fantasia sitting alone in the VIP, Iris inspiration.
All right. You ready for my question?
I am ready.
Okay. So my question is, okay, this part is pertaining to strictly the medical stuff, or is it also including the legal stuff?
It's in this specific section, they are talking about the medical stuff, but I can guarantee you it's also about the legal stuff. It's everything.
Okay.
It's just defined in another section, not on this one.
Okay.
But this section, yes, it's only for medical.
Okay. Just was wondering.
Okay, now subsection B. in case of emergency, this is the part that scares me the most. In case of an emergency, you authorize the producer to arrange for the provision of medical assistance as he determines necessary, which means I always go to worst case scenario, which means I have a migraine, my head is completely exploding, I need medication for it. So can you have a doctor make me a receipt for my headache, because I am not allowed to bring this kind of medications with me? They can say, no, you're fine. You don't have anything. And you also authorize any licensed physician, healthcare professional, medical facility to provide any medical care and or hospitalization for you, including anesthetic, which such licensed physician, healthcare personnel, and medical facility determines necessary and or advisable. This is the part that scares me the most, because imagine a situation in which you are on a set, okay? Maybe you don't know this, but when you are on a set, you have these huge lights that are fixed to the ceiling. It's not... Sorry. It happened before that one of these lights would simply dislodge itself and fall on the floor, sometimes on people. That this is just an imaginary scenario. So imagine that an accident like this happens to you. So you are unconscious. You cannot decide for yourself in that moment. What happens when you sign this clause is that you give them authorization to pick any physician, any hospital, doesn't matter the reputations, doesn't matter if they know you, doesn't matter which kind of background they have, because by contract they are not forced to guarantee you any kind of quality in the care that this physician can give you. You are in a position in which you cannot decide for yourself because you're unconscious, and you are signing away the right to have them do whatever they think it's best to you. This is the part that scares me the most. I can also imagine scenarios in which, for example, let's assume that I have a long-term medical condition. Okay, it can be anything. But for this condition, I have a physician who knows me, have been following me for many, many years, knows exactly which kind of medication works for me, what kind of combination of medication doesn't work. He knows me. He's been my physician for years and years and years. You cannot have your physician while you are on Drag Race. You have to have somebody else. You cannot have them call your physician, to ask if they want to do it. They can do it, but they're not forced to do it. And this is another thing that scares the shit out of me. It's scary. It's scary. Moreover, you authorized any reasonably necessary care by paramedics. This is legit. And you acknowledge that you have disclosed to producers all of medical conditions that you could have. So if you have something, you have to tell them. If you don't tell them, then it's on you. And in connection with this medical care, you also agree to execute a copy of the emergency medical release. Why do they have this form as a separate form? Why is it not written, like so many other clauses are simply written on the contract? Why do they have a separate form? I think because in contract law, that right, the emergency medical release, is a special case. And the only way to go around that special case is to have a specific form worded in a specific way so that that specific right can be waived away, can be given away. I cannot think of any other possible reasons. So attached as Exhibit C. Now, nothing in this subsection in any way limit the rights of participant or anyone holding a medical proxy for participant, which means anyone that is responsible for you when you cannot be responsible for yourself. So you have the right to make medical decisions for yourself if you are conscious. if you are conscious. Of course, this is an inalienable right. This is something that you cannot sign away in the US as well, which means you always have the right to refuse medical care if so you decide. So they cannot make you sign away that. But what I said before, the meaning of it, that they conveniently didn't write, is in case you cannot decide for yourself, then you waive away the right of deciding for you. That's basically what they're saying. So this is a case that we have actually seen on the show. Remember when Candy Muse had a panic attack? Later on, she released a video that conveniently disappeared, and I always forget to save this kind of things. I always put links. I always have to save everything. She said that even though she had a panic attack, she refused to go to the hospital to have herself checked and see what exactly was happening with her. So she decided that if it was just not a panic attack, but it was something more serious, then she would not get any kind of medical care because she wanted to refuse it. She wanted to keep being on the show, because if she left to go to the hospital, she wouldn't have been allowed in the safe bubble that they had during the production period. Which for me, it's pretty scary, because what you're telling me is that you know that you could have, for example, a heart attack and die right here, right now. But you are deciding not to take care of yourself, because if you do, you will be disqualified from the show. This is scary to me. Of course, it's not a crime, because it's not like production is pressuring them to, oh no, you cannot. They are simply saying, listen, it's illegitimate, we have a production bubble, we have to respect the rules of isolation. If you leave the bubble, you cannot come back. It's not like the producers decided that Candy couldn't have come back. I think these were laws that were set in for the whole production area, for I think for the whole market in California, for as far as I know. So it's not on them, but it's scary that somebody would decide not to take care for themselves, to not give up the opportunity of continuing on Drag Race. It's honestly scary. And last but not least, clause number C. I hereby acknowledge and agree that certain of my activity in connection with the project may be considered hazardous and or dangerous. I acknowledge that I am voluntarily engaging in such hazardous activities, and I accept and assume the risk of any loss, damage, or injury to me or any other person or property resulting from or relating to me engaging in such hazardous activity. So you might be asked to do things that are dangerous. And if you say yes, that's on you. If you say no, I will probably disqualify you or put you in the bottom, but you have the right to say no. And but if you do say yes, then if something happens to you, that's on you. That's basically on you. It doesn't matter if maybe it happened. It could have happened because maybe I didn't do some things the way I was supposed to do them, and as a result, you got injured. But it's not defined in the contract. What happens if I'm not guaranteeing you that some basic things, so that you don't get hurt. All of these things are not defined in there. The only thing that is defined is that if you say yes and you injure yourself, that is on you. And you accept and assume the entire risk. Oh my God.
Top. What made me think of, I wonder what the Dragula contract looks like.
I think it looks exactly the same.
And imagine, I'm like, we're talking about, because we're talking about all the dangerous stuff on RuPaul's Drag Race, and I'm like, yo, they be doing crazy stuff on Dragula.
Oh, yes, like
oh
crazy, like getting thrown from a plane.
Yes. I mean, they nail. What they staple stuff to? Ugh. I don't even want to talk about it. But they were having them do all sorts of stuff. They had to get tattoos. They did those things with the nails through, not the nails, the needles.
Yes, yes, yes.
Gosh.
I think it's exactly the same. It has to be. In at least at the very core, being the very core that if you decide to engage in those activities, then you assume the risk. What I wish that there is in their contract is at least some basic definitions of rights that I grant you in order to keep you safe. I think that they have this kind of things in the Dragula contract, because what they do on Dragula, it's on average more hazardous than whatever happens on Drag Race. So I think they would define it much better in their contract, saying things like, we will try and use all our best efforts to guarantee your safety while you are engaging in those potentially hazardous activities. But if anything happens anyway, then it's your responsibility. I think it's something worded more like this. I don't think that the Boulet Brothers production company is as shitty as World of Wonder looks by this contract. I don't think so. Some basic things have to be the same, like assumption of risk, because you can easily go bankrupt. Imagine when they had the first episode of season 3, when Violencia said, no, I'm not catapulting from a plane. I am not going to do that. Imagine if you have a malfunction and somebody dies. We are literally talking about millions of dollars in damages. Who has that money? I mean, it's the Boulet brothers. They were producing that. They don't have that money. Who has it? So I do understand that at some level, you as a person have to assume the risk of what you're doing. Because let's face it, you are not a multimillionaire actor who has to do stunts for his movie in which they say, we will get a stuntman for you, or we will insure you so that if something happens to you, you are covered, They are common people, so they are treated, not like VIPs. So you have to assume the risk for yourself. I think that judging from the amount of money that they have, I'm talking about World of Wonder, they could at least guarantee in the fucking contract some sort of insurance for the contestants, so that if they do get injured, at least they get a little bit of something from that. What if something happens that you cannot even perform anymore? What if something disfiguring happens and you need a ton of plastic surgery to make it better? What if you don't survive? What if something happens and leaves you with an handicap that you have to live for the rest of your life? I understand the assumption of risk, but why are you not guaranteeing some sort of insurance for these people? They are really treating them as if they mean nothing. You are not a person. You are a number. You are just a number. It's like a revolving door. Out this one, in the next one. To me, it's really crazy that they don't even have some sort of insurance for them by contract. Something that I care for you. I'm taking care of you.
I wonder if they do like a system with care, like with the Eurekas of the world. Like, I wonder if they did, assist her with paying for whatever, unless she had her own private insurance.
I think so, because they're saying at least in this contract, they say that they will pay for everything. Oh, I think that they do pay for everything. If something happens to you while you are filming and you need medical care. Only because it would be terrible publicity if it wasn't like this. Because imagine our reaction as the public, You see a contestant that goes on the show and something happens to him that it's not even his fault. and he needs medical care, and he even have to pay for that. Can you imagine the shit that World of Wonder, Drag Race, VH1 would get from the public if those things really happened? So
I'm sorry.
No, continue.
And Landon, Lord have mercy. JW 5397 had they said, and not to mention mentally damaging challenges, the Evil Twins challenge, right? So, and it made me think of so I wonder if they give them therapy afterwards. Like, is that something that they should? Well, I feel like that's something that they should definitely give them, but I wonder if that's something that they do offer them.
No, I don't think so. Judging by the tone of this contract, I would say there is almost no chance that they give anything like that. They're not even, Fantasia, I understand one thing, okay? Imagine that I am World of Wonder, and the Drag Race franchise is bringing me anywhere between $200 to $800 million a year, okay? Then take away a cut for taxes, take away that you need to pay RuPaul, you need to pay the judges, you need to maintain the platform, you need to maintain the YouTube show, you have all of these costs, okay? So let's round it up to an estimate of 200 millions a year. You are telling me that in those 200 millions, you don't have like $50,000, $100,000 to make an insurance for your contestants who are not even engaging in hazardous activities to begin with, so that if they hurt themselves, they get a little bit of money out of it.
Okay, but even if they didn't, I think they should have like a therapist on retainer, right? Just there in case they need some type of mental, like after the show, during somebody to talk to during the aftermath of the show. They could just hire somebody to do that and take care of just them girls. I mean, the girls of the...
Sorry if I stop you for a moment. I think that during production and filming, I think they have a therapist on set. They have to have it. Every reality TV show has it. For two very important reasons. Gauging the psychological state of the people, because they can be very, very stressed. They can do extreme things. So for your own safety, the safety of your employees, and your financial safety, because you are still producing a program that will bring you millions of dollars, you must have a therapist on site at all times. Okay, then it's also good for the welfare of the contestants, because sometimes imagine if you are so drained out that you cannot even come to filming. Then it's very handy to have a therapist there saying, okay, go to the therapist for an hour, have a little bit of a talk, see if anything gets better. So I think that it's impossible to me to think that they don't have a therapist on site at all time during filming. I cannot say that I am 100% sure that they have it, but I am reasonably certain that they have it. As it comes for post-filming, I think there is no way that they have a therapist there paid so that after months that the show is finished, if they have PTSD, they can go for free to a therapist for World of Wonder. We're talking about a company that if you have to do additional material, depending on the kind of material, they won't even pay you. And you think they have a therapist there for you?
You would think they could use it for All Stars. Come on now. I mean, if they were thinking smart, they could use it. Whatever they find out, they say, oh, I just hated how Valentina treated me on that season. Oh, we're going to put her and Valentina on a season together. Like, that's the next season. We're going to make sure that they're on there together.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that they have one on site, but aftercare, no. I mean, all of this contract is telling me they're giving you like the minimum possible by law, while taking as much as they can by law. This is what it's telling me. So I don't think they have any kind of post care. I mean, the section about the management wasn't even telling you if the rights that you have, because you cannot have any manager for 18 months, but they're not telling you that they guarantee you that they will at least manage you. So you really, by contract, you really run the risk to be left without a manager. You cannot get one, and you cannot ask them to be your manager. You are fucked. You're completely fucked. You have to do everything by yourself. And I make an example with me so that I can talk about things that I know. I do everything by myself for this channel, and it's nowhere near the amount of work that the queens have. It's nowhere near that. They have to talk to the public. They have to maintain a public image, which is already a full-time job, which means do appearances. You have to do refilming for the show. You have to be on social media. Then there are people stirring shit online, making drama, and somehow you have to address it. You have to address it by deciding to ignoring it, for example, but you need to stop and thinking first. So it's still time that goes away for you. Or if you don't ignore it, then you decide to address it. How do you address it? Do you need a publicist to do that? That can give you advice on how to do that. Then you need to take care of your drug. Maybe you need to go buy shit. Maybe you are out of makeup. You need to spend time getting in makeup, fixing your dresses, fixing your shit. Then you have to contact people from the outside because maybe they want to book you. Then you have to go there and actually work. Then everything has to work out. So you have to get there, which means if it's far away, somebody has to book a plane, somebody has to book an hotel. Then you have to get paid. How are you going to get paid? How much are you going to get paid? How do you file those taxes on this paying? And after all of that, maybe you have a store online, so you have your merch, so you have to have contact with the people who actually produce your shit. Then you have to have contact with an expert to manage the payment. Then you have to have customer care for you. It's crazy the amount of things that these people have to do. You have to have a manager. You have to have a manager set in place that can manage all of this shit for you. Tell you, okay, what do you need? You need to set up merchandise. Go to this person that takes this percentage and will take care of everything for you. The only thing that you have to do is look cute in this picture because it will be used in a t-shirt. That's all your job. Imagine being left without management. You can get crazy.
Which is where I think our beloved mother fell into. That's the trap. Like, I don't think they had support from, well, of course they didn't have support from World of Wonder or any of them people. And then it seems as though they didn't want to manage her, but then also she had to go look for her own management, but they probably wouldn't let her get that either.
No, you cannot. By contract, they can, even if they want to, they cannot allow you. By contract. Of course, there is also a provision in the contract that says that if you want to make any modifications, it has to be signed by both of you. But at this point, I am like, okay, you don't want to be my manager, then let's modify the agreement bilaterally, which means from my side and from your side, in which you tell me that I can go out and look for a manager for myself. But what if they said no?
What I'm thinking.
What if they said, I don't like you, fuck you, I don't care, because you blabbed about us.
Yeah. That's what it felt like happened. And now reading this, I'm more convinced than anything that that's probably what happened, which is why they're doing everything by themselves.
Yes, but the point is, need I remind you, there is a section in this contract in which they specifically say that anything that becomes, quote, materials, end quote, cannot be used by you. You don't have any rights on it. And you see that all the merchandise that Tamisha, well, most of it had images from the show. And, even if she took the picture by herself, best case scenario, it was not, but best case scenario, even if she did everything by herself, the picture, the lighting, the location, the editing for the picture, everything, that right has already been signed away. You cannot use it. But you start using it, maybe if I am the producer, I'm like, well, you could have at least asked me. Don't you think? You cannot do it, but, between us, you could have at least asked me, So I don't know who threw the first rock when it comes to the war between Tamisha Iman and World of Wonder. I don't know who was the first. Best case scenario, the truth is probably going to be somewhere in the middle. It's a little bit of both until the situation escalated to a point in which from the outside we could clearly see, okay, this person, this did this, and then this other person reacted like this, and then this other person reacted like this. But before everything escalated to this point, what I think happened is that there was a little bit of, how is it called? There is a specific word for it. They were grinding on each other a little bit. Felicia says, now I understand why TV and movies are so heavily unionized. Oh, yes, it's to prevent things like this. Because, a long time ago, people at some point said, if these are the conditions, you can go fuck yourself. We will not, all of us collectively, we will not come to work, and you will fail because you have no people working for you anymore. So nobody is keeping the boat afloat. So I want the right to be unionized, and I want some basic rights if you want workers to come work in your field. Unfortunately, there is a clause in this contract in which you agree that you will be not part of any union. Imagine why. Imagine why. Can you imagine anybody working in any working place and be subjected to this kind of conditions? Things like if something happens to you that it's not even your fault, you don't get shit in return, not even your medical bills. If they want to. Nothing. You have like zero protection. Zero. In the very beginning, there was a clause that clearly stated, this is not work for hire. So I don't want to legally I don't want the things that we're doing here to be in any way, shape, or form legally recognized as work for hire, because that can be misconstrued as work for hire as defined in a very specific way by law that grants some specific rights. This is not work for hire. Sorry, this is not a subordinate working relationship. This is work for hire. I pay you this amount to give this much back. Everything else, it's on you. Okay. So, it's 3:20 in the morning. We are 4 hours and a half in here, and we are at page 9. What do you think? Do we call a night or do we go?
I think we should call it a night. This is like, hopefully it don't turn into the Gigi trilogies.
Oh my God. Oh my God. No, what I think will happen is that I will probably make another live stream next Sunday, and we try to move a little bit faster in the next live stream.
Yeah, now that we know
because
how
this is long as hell, especially for the way that I want to discuss this, because you can simply read through it and that's it. But for the way I like to discuss it, it takes a lot of time. So the problem is that the contract is 26 pages. We can, the exhibits and everything else, it's not really important. It can be left behind. It's not part of the bulk of the contract. But the very important things, yes, those I want to discuss them. And even if nobody is able to join, even if we forget things and so on, everything that I learned from this contract will be mentioned over and over and over again in any kind, in any way, shape, or form that I make content for this channel, because now I have a reference. Now I can say, maybe this person didn't do that because that's hazardous, and if they injure themselves permanently, they are fucked. Maybe.
Right.
That's what the contract says.
And I never got to take my drink, and there's my cue right there.
Oh, don't worry. under the grant of rights, there is a ton of it. So you will be taking a lot of drinking. And of course, next week, if Phoenix is there, we will also go through the production protocol. That is the only thing that we will do from the extended part of the contract itself, because the bulk is 26 pages. Everything else is addendum, exhibits, and so on, including all the production rules. So we will do that.
Okay.
Iris Inspiration says, invite Bussy. I don't think I will ever have the money to afford Bussy on Livestream. I cannot afford her. And by the way, I don't know. Well, it is out. I don't want to comment. No, I cannot afford it. What I can afford is guests. That's something that I can afford.
I have a question.
Yes.
Do you know how they're doing the streaming for All Stars? Like, because it's on Paramount, so it's on a streaming service. And do you know how they're releasing it, or like what dates and times they're going to be releasing it?
Oh, the situation with Paramount Plus, formerly known as CBS All Access, is it's a sad story. It's a streaming service that it's desperately, in my opinion, trying to survive when it has very little chance of survival. In my opinion, again. So what I think it's going to happen is that in order to boost the views, they will take some of the best programs that they have and start using them only for the Paramount Plus streaming channel. What does it mean? That the season of All Stars, I think there is zero chance that it will ever air on television. Maybe in the future, give it a year, maybe a couple of years when they do reruns of Drag Race, then yes. But for the moment, I think what they really want is for fans of Drag Race to subscribe to Paramount Plus so that they can watch All Stars and they get more people subscribed to the service. So what I think will happen is that at a specific time that I don't know, they will publish the episode on the platform, and the episode will be available only on the platform, or on the internet if you Google.
So what day is it supposed to be releasing?
Thursday.
On a Thursday?
On Thursday. It will be on Thursday, starting from Thursday the 24th of June, which is in 10 days. And let me tell you, I am happy about that. Because when Drag Race was airing on Friday for season 13, I had to do all the work for the live stream on Saturday and the time that I had on Sunday before coming on live stream until 3 in the morning, which means in that amount of time, I also had to find anywhere between 8 to 12 hours to sleep, 8 hours of normal sleep plus a couple hours before coming on stream to be a little bit fresh. So it was crazy for me. I'm very happy that it's on Thursday. At least I have one day more to actually prepare for the live stream, which is the bulk of the work, because when I release the episode, there is not much effort that actually goes in there. It's the live stream. What I do is, cut a ton of stuff away, add all the video that I was referencing, making a thumbnail, but it's not as much work as preparing the live stream. The live stream is really the bulk of the work. So for me, I have one more day. I'm happy about that because, this thing destroyed me. I don't know how I even found the time to do this thing for season 13. It was crazy. So I'm happy about it. So if you want to watch it, you will have to subscribe on Paramount Plus. Or look for other sources if so you wish. I don't condone anything. I'm just saying, don't go on Google, go on yandex.com because Google censors results. Just saying. We could talk about it on Discord if anybody wants to talk about it. I like to talk about censorship. Why not?
Say Iris Inspiration, you know where to go.
Yes, I know where to go. I definitely know where to go. The problem is, it takes a good 4 hours to go there and come back with what I need to actually do my work here.
Well, you got an extra 2-3 days.
I got an extra 1 day. I have an extra, one day. And if they publish All Stars, like at the very beginning of Thursday, it means that in here it will be like afternoon. So maybe I have 1 day and a half, which is fantastic. I mean, I still have to work on Friday, usually, but at least it's good to know that, there is more space between me and the live stream. I don't risk coming on live stream, like, without nothing to show. No pictures, no list of critiques to read and laugh at, no nothing, It's good. It's a good thing. I'm not going to complain.
And it gives us, you're going to have a lot of material because we're gonna be in the chats talking for 2 or 3 days about it. So then you'll be like, I didn't even notice that. Let me go back and pull that and add that.
Oh yes, absolutely. Okay, great. So we will finish this contract next Sunday. Thank God we have 1 more week. Because I was actually thinking of, let's postpone this to next Sunday so that I can prepare better. Thank God I didn't do that. Otherwise, we would have never finished. Okay, that's great. Thanks, everybody, for joining. Thanks for Phoenix and Fantasia for hosting this show with me. I will be back next Sunday with part 2 of reading the contract. I'm sorry that it's taking so long, but this is how I like it to be done. This is what makes me feel good about talking about this contract, highlighting all the things that I want to highlight and making examples and so on. I like to do it this way. I could never do it like in half an hour. It wouldn't be absolutely enough. So thanks everybody for joining, and I'll see you back on game night on Thursday on Discord, or next week on Sunday for part 2 of this damn contract. So thank you, Fantasia, for coming.
Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe.
Oh, there she is. Thank you, Fantasia, and thanks everybody for joining. See you next week, and have a great time.